Hello, everyone, and welcome to Fight Night Legends EU. My name is Scarzig, and I'm joined on the desk by ImpetuousPanda to bring you another sick-ass tournament today.
That is not the words I would use, but yes, I completely agree with you, Scarzig. We're now in a meta that has been obviously a bit more defined, a bit more refined as well from these players, and we're going to get, I think, now decks that definitely are there that have been performing on ladder, and that players are trying to test and see how they will perform in a tournament scenario as well against, as usual, some of the best players in Europe.
Yeah, the metagame has kind of gone through a really interesting cycle of all the new things being tried and tested, and now we seem to be heading into a more board-based idea for the metagame. Players just don't want to get overrun on the board just yet. They want to kind of find those good trades for themselves, and we'll see how players choose to navigate that because the flavor for today's tournament is very Demacia.
Which is not something we've said in a long time, I think, for it to be, that prevalent. But a lot of rallying, a lot of, like you mentioned, a lot of Demacia decks overall in the meta right now.
But with that all being said, we do need to take a look at the rules and the format that we've updated for 2022. This is a double elimination bracket with our 8 invited players. All matches are best of 3, and players will bring 3 decks with no duplicate region combinations and no champion overlap. And then the players will each get to ban one of their opponent's decks and then play out that best of 3 with the remaining decks. They're going to be playing for that, of course, classic $200 prize pool with our top 2 players being invited back for the next fight night. And we're just crossing our fingers for a bracket reset, aren't we, at this point?
We had it last week, so I think, it's going to keep on going. The tradition is now once again alive. But let's check out the players for today's tournament. We're going to have, obviously, as usual, a great cast of players, a new name, and a great name as well. I love the animals coming in. I'm always going to be a fan, of course. We have Gecko coming in now from Germany up against Badge Attack. A very, very tough round 1 matchup for him. Definitely going to be a great test to see if he has what it takes to really, be in a tournament like this one. We have Pepsi Cola and Gouda as well. Gouda coming back after a pretty long hiatus from these Fight Night tournaments. A player that, became very prevalent during the Scion meta quite a few months ago, representing Morocco, made it into Masters Europe with Morocco as well, which is a great story, and then just continued on with that success both on ladder and in tournaments. We have Aaron, the Swedish superstar that won Fight Night not so long ago, and we have Ghoster Driver coming in from Germany, and then we have, of course, Broken Bull and Jindin to round it out. So another great cast of characters, and hoping to see a lot of different strategies brought forward from all these 8 players.
I mean, you already said Gecko's got their work cut out for them, and there has been, historically, I still think that whenever we get like new players showing up for Fight Night, they do have a really strong showing. Being able to bring that fresh perspective, I think, to the tournament scene matters a lot. Even though the meta is pretty mid-range right now, very board-based, I think that Fight Night has been an environment where players who innovate or can bring like a sort of a wild card deck to their lineup can get a lot of success out of it. So we'll see what Gecko has in store for Badge Attack.
Talking about wildcards, we do have Timelands coming back into the tournament now. Now it's not really considered a meme anymore. Now it's not really, seen in the same light, considering that the version that we saw from Ace in the last tournament we casted was great. It's a version similar to what I was running, but also the Trundle Timelands version has been proven to not be a meme, to not be a one-off, early season kind of unrefined deck. It is actually a very, very strong strategy that has been waiting for a while to finally have those last few pieces to really become a meta deck. It's been the combo with Trundle and the Pillar has been a thing for forever, but it was missing, that little bit more to make it a truly powerful tier 1 deck. And maybe not tier 1, but it's definitely up there right now, and we'll be seeing some play in today's tournament as well.
Yeah, it's got that just solid, like, sort of mid-late stance and value, that sort of grindy idea with the addition of Gnar and Ferris Financier to give it that little bit of extra punch in the early mid-game just really goes a long way. The first game that we do have selected, though, is going to be Aaron versus Ghoster Driver. We have Aaron from Sweden, a young player who's actually just been popping off, playing very, very cleanly as a young player and bringing not only decks that lock out the opponent as his favorite decks, but if I'm remembering correctly, a pretty aggressive lineup the last time we saw him.
Yeah, that was the case, and it's going to be pretty similar today. We're going to see 5 Demacia decks out of the 6 decks presented by Aaron and his opponent, Ghoster Driver, in this matchup. Ghoster Driver, of course, from Germany, a player that's been around for quite a while, has been making a big splash in recent, the last 2 months or so, is really getting back into the swing of things. But as I was mentioning, 5 Demacia decks out of the 6. if you don't like rally decks, then maybe it's time to prepare yourself a snack for the rest of the tournament, because we're going to be seeing a lot of rallying happening in this first matchup. But the saving grace is that the sixth deck that is not Demacia is Nard Timelines with Trundle that Aaron is bringing to the mix. So I'm going to be very excited to see a player like him piloting this deck and seeing what it looks like against, you mentioned a mid-rangey on the board matchup, how Timelines is going to be able to match up against that.
Yeah, what's interesting too about the Trundle Timelines list is that as a Freljord deck, you have, I think, over the course of several metagames, so it's like, okay, they're on Blighted Ravine and Avalanche and all these board wipes, but the Timelines decks tend to still play onto the board quite a bit in the early mid-game, and then just try to outvalue and punch through with their big drops with Trundle and It That Stares, Wrath of the Freljord, etc. This version here on the double Buried in Ice has just been a fantastic late finisher, locking your opponent out by entombing their entire board for 2 rounds. Gives you those big open swings that you need with the Trundle or It That Stares or whatever big 8-drop you get off of the Ice Pillar to just close out the game.
Very nice is just an absolutely crazy card. Hadn't seen so much play until now, because most of the time these late game control decks from Freljord have been paired with Shadow Isle. So you just had Ruination, you had other tools to kind of reset boards. But when you're going outside of Shadow Isles, all of a sudden you have to find different solutions. And this has really highlighted how strong Buried in Ice can be in a meta where you're going to the late game, you're going to these stalled out boards, and it's able to really, especially alongside the kind of proactive pillar play that transform into a unit. You're able to pass priority, make your opponent commit mana, and then punish with Buried in Ice and go for maybe a lethal swing. So overall, just a very, very strong deck that has so many different things going for it. And as you mentioned, one of the 2 big things I think is going to be Troll Chant, going to be Icefield Archer against Demacia decks, against decks that are trying to get into combat to attack multiple times. If you take off attack, that is a big blow, and it might stop those lethal turns that might be prepped by things like Gordon Arms, etc., from his opponent.
And we're also seeing the lack of AoE before outside of Buried in Ice, If That Stares, and get excited just for some spot removal. And we'll see if, a board like Bandle City that's known for going very, very wide, unable to punish them with an Avalanche or a Blighted Ravine. So we could see some bans come through on the Bandle City just because players don't want to deal with that. The Shen Zed, a bit of an interesting wild card as well.
Yeah, some of the more classic Akshan Sivers, Scouts, Timelines is banned. Ghoster Driver, what are you doing? Don't do this to us.
Too much value, huh?
Scarzig, what would you say if I told you a few weeks ago that we would be seeing Tristana in round 1 matchups for both players going into a tournament like this one? So the rebirth of Tristana with this recent patch is also something that we haven't talked about just yet, but it's definitely something that we have to mention at some point, because it was a champion that was definitely forgotten. Just, there was a few kind of this wacky atrocity Tristana decks that players were playing for a bit when she first released, but now it's finally maybe finding her spot in the meta as well.
Just playing such a massive threat for 3 mana. She's one of the few champions in the game that has such a ridiculously useful and synergistic champion spell as well to get that tempo, having Tristana's Buster Shot to also clear a path for that huge damage to come through. It's just been magnificent. And who knows, as we start seeing more of these Tristana and Demacia decks because of the rally coming through with your ability to have a wide board, maybe we'll even start seeing them splash back into Noxus to have more abilities to use Ravenous Flock for tempo, or Might to get that big overwhelm with Tristana and friends.
Pretty expensive curve here, but it looks like it's been rounded out perfectly. The tracker on 1, Sculptor on 2, kind of the engine-like behavior from the Sculptor, something that we haven't seen too much of in Runeterra until now, at least not in the meta where it wasn't too expensive to play them out. Hoping to just trade off the Teemo, get rid of this Teemo right now, and that's going to be the case here. Aaron going to be happy to trade there, knowing that the tracker in the future might be able to get a lot of value in terms of being able to control combat and have barrier effects like we're seeing there with the Protector coming down or coming into hand. So a clean trade for both players, with both players kind of being scared of what their opponent's unit might snowball into.
Yeah, the Duran Sculptor, Bright Steel Protector, Petrosite Broadwing, it's just like the all-star cast of the best early game Demacia units, and it's really given a boost to Scouts as well, as a deck that can just secure this early advantage and then blow it out of proportion. And look at this. We've seen in Scouts the Sculptor into the Misfortune, and now we've got Sculptor into Zed. A 3/3 is nice and sturdy here, but without any mana floated, you have to hold back. This has the precedent, right? The classic Demacia Ionia region combination, but you're still chained to that same old school Fiora Shen cadence of developing and then needing to hold off for a turn to have mana to back you up and then have your quote unquote real attack turns.
We have the sharp sight in hand, but Ghost Driver is not scared of anyone, and definitely not of a 2-mana spell in Demacia that's about to shut down his poor Zed. This is what happens, when, of course, when you don't bank spell mana. This is going to be the punishment here, but despite this, you're still pushing damage, you're still creating pressure on the board, and you're still forcing Aaron to use up that spell mana on this turn and not have that backup for later on. That being said, Aaron's going to have a factory of chump blockers. This is what this deck is all about. Able to just play out the lantern and just start pumping out units for free. And that's kind of the antithesis of what Zed wants to see. Zed wants to be able to attack when there aren't blockers there to stop him.
And I remember when Zed kind of had a little bit of a boost there in the meta for a little bit. There was a lot of decks that wanted to be very aggressive and didn't like to block, but Bandle City can kind of do both, right? They can chump you down and then attack you whenever you fall behind on board. So Ghoster Driver is going to need to adopt, I think, a very long-term value-oriented idea for this matchup. We already see one Cithria of the Bold in the hand. There's another in the deck, and sign in Thousand Tailed. One copy of Denying Ghoster Driver's list to catch a Yordles in Arms, and that'll be all she wrote. We've even got a barrier unit, the Blast Cone Seedling, coming down to wall out this Zed.
Pokestick is there to stop a possible barrier if that changes anything. You do have the backup from Sharpsight now for Ghost Driver, so he has, that no matter what, he's going to have a way to be able to protect his Zed a little bit further. But biggest thing here is, like you mentioned, going to be able to just make these chump blockers at some point trade down to the point where Aaron thinks, okay, I survived the attack, now I'm fine, but then have the rally effect come in and really apply a lot more pressure, and that will be kind of the turning point for this game if Ghost Driver wants to try and win it here. But depending on the top decks for Aaron, if he finds a way to remove some of these key threats when the rally is already committed, that might be the way he's able to win this game.
Yeah, the block with the Blast Cone Seedling deals a little bit of damage to the Zed. If you do want to pop that barrier, we've got another block with the Teemo onto the Shadow. It seems to be the key turning point for sure on this round, because Aaron has all the units in play and needs to rely on keeping these alive, getting that value. The Sculptor putting a bunch of HP on the Zed and the Shen means that now the script is kind of flipped and you get to block it here.
I was going to say, you're going to consider here the Sharpsight into Pokestick to get the kill on the Zed. There is going to be a Sharpsight backup, but do you want it if you're Ghost Driver? I think you do. I think if you want to rely on this rally effect, you need to have this Zed alive to continue pushing much more pressure. I don't think if you let the Zed die, you're going to be able to do it in the next few turns. That being said, the hand is pretty much empty now for Aaron. So despite having all this, hey, play whatever you want for free, if you don't have anything to play, it doesn't really matter, what the discounts are.
Yeah, because the Sharpsight, you're just saving the Zed. The Blast Cone still has barriers, so you aren't getting the kill. Will the Sharpsight be better for blocking the Teemo? But yeah, just going to go for it. You recognize how both players are forcing a lot here in the early mid-game. They're just testing the quality of their opponent's draws. Do you have it? Do you have it? Trying to get an insurmountable snowball onto the board.
The Pokestick is massive, but the Twin Disciplines is massive as well to try and save this Zed. But Cithria cannot be played this turn. It's going to have to be played next turn. You're going to have enough, if you bank 3 spell mana, to play out the Cithria and have the rally effect next turn on the attack. But that means you can't play the Protector this turn. In that case, you need to save all 3 spell mana. So a lot of decisions here for Ghost Driver. First of all, has to defend this attack from Aaron. And Aaron's the one that also has rally effect. So it's rally versus rally, the movie, as my friend Mogwai tends to say.
And the fact that the players have kind of basically gone all in, taking a lot of very risky attacks and trades and blocks, calling out their opponents to say, do you have a Sharpsight here? Do you have another combat trick here? We're now in the position where once you have to take a big risk, I'm going to just block with 1 unit. All of this damage comes through. Now Aaron has the rally. Is Ghoster Driver going to go for a rally instead post-combat?
Once he does, we're going to have to see maybe the Protector committed in defense, and then you can't rally next turn. You have to rally on your opponent's attack token turn. So we'll see. Now Pokestick comes in, and as we expected here, Twin Disciplines able to save the day, get this at healthy, reset that health, essentially not just save it from the Pokestick, but also give it more health for the next turn. So it is a pretty key spell to have there with the +3 health. Your
I
arms coming
feel
in a
like
bit too late, but your arms might be able to stop the attack next turn as a defensive tool even.
yeah, Ghoster Driver is in a position where the open attack isn't that great. And if you want to develop the Sithri the Bold, for example, to kind of shore that up, or even the Bright Steel Protector, then the Yordles and Arms will wall you out. And it puts Aaron back in the driver's seat of being able to force a swing into a rally. The Bandle City Mare and the Gleaming Lantern being in play means that Aaron has the potential to develop a fuller board on top of any top decks that could come through.
Only one fearsome blocker for now. That is going to be the key there. And looks like we're pumping it in now. So the Aegis coming out, going to force blocks, are going to force potentially trades. And like we mentioned, it's going to be Bright Steel Protector coming out. All of a sudden, the attack is dissuading the attack from Aaron here. Makes it so you can play both Sithria and Aegis next turn. You're going to take a much slower game plan. But the value here, I think, is going to be worth it in terms of having one more blocker here, not having to maybe be forced to block with a Shen and a Zed, and also having a barrier now.
I don't think there's any particular difference between putting the barrier on the Zed or on the Shen here.
It's just, whoever gets the barrier just blocks the barrier 3/3, so it's really irrelevant. There's no damage that's gonna be done. There's no not enough mana for any kind of pokey stick with only 1 mana up. So either way, it's pretty relevant.
Yeah, you don't get to kill the 3/3 anyway. It just depends on, I guess, by putting the barrier on the 2/2, you leave open the 3/3s as better blockers that just have better stats versus the 2/2 and the 2/1. Developing a 3/3 thanks to the Sculptor.
There wouldn't be a full swing anyway, I think, at that point from Aaron.
Nopeify. It's not what we want. We want deny. So now the decision for Ghoster Driver. I think you've got to go for the open attack here. The Yordles and Arms walling you out, I think, is just too high. Is it turned on? Bandle P and Z Ionia. I think we're 1 region short, actually, of the full benefit. Is +2/+2 enough? You have to do it to get fearsome blockers at this point.
Yeah, that's the big thing. And it's going to be the case there. Yordle and Arms is going to be committed here. 5 mana. Gets the full buff here. Everything with a +4/+4. And all of a sudden the attack is not really too exciting now for Ghost Driver. That is one less thing you have to deal with next turn for Aaron. Next turn, the Teemo can attack by itself. That is going to be the case, of course. You can't Aegis this turn if you're Aaron. So it's really not as scary as it looks like. It's just going to have to stop Ghost Driver from doing anything this turn. I mean, you can't attack it. You can't do anything here.
Yeah, because you attack at the 6/7. The 7/7 blocks her. Everything else gets chumped down now that they're fearsome blockers. And at the end of the day, I think you're fine. Your opponent spent all of their mana just kind of walling out your attack, and they can only develop a small thing while you've been able to develop a big thing and take a key card from the opponent. That being said, Mare picking up another Blastcone Seedling for 0 mana. This can grant itself barrier to have another defender against Ghoster Driver's swing, or just grant itself impact to get a little bit more damage here.
Oh, one mushroom.
These
okay,
mushrooms!
Yeah.
Teemo connected twice, and it's just been like putting in so much work, and he's leveled, yeah.
You're going to have to play the Aegis immediately for Ghost Driver to force a trade as soon as possible to not let Aaron fully develop if he wants to, of course. And again, battle of the rallies here. It's going to depend who has a better attack. Teemo, of course, being elusive. There's no sharp sets any longer after we've seen 2 already played from Ghost Driver. Means that's going to be an actual pretty big threat. If you're able to rally with Teemo and connect twice on the Nexus, that's 4 damage. You're at 3 HP, and you're able to maybe, get hit by 3 mushrooms easily on the next turn. So it's a pretty big deal here. The fact that this Teemo is alive and kicking, and there's nothing that Ghost Driver can do to stop him.
And honestly, based on Ghost Driver's luck so far, maybe the mushroom route is the way to go. You just go for the double up now. Drawing the mushrooms early means there's less to double, but maybe you just pop off with just Teemo. Get your 2 damage. Theoretically, 4 damage here with the rally.
I think you do want to go for the impact as well on the Blastcone Seedling. You can guarantee that at least 1 damage. So I think that's why you're going to do it after this attack here to pass priority. Then when you Aegis, then you play the Seedling, then get the impact, and then it's going to trade off into a 7/7 or into something that's going to kill it anyway.
12 out of 28 doesn't seem like a big deal, but when you're already at 5 HP, man,
It's going to be 2 HP. If the impact connects off of the seedling, if there's time for that, and Teemo connects again, which he will, that's going to be 2 HP on the Nexus.
Mm-hmm. So Tristana comes down, looking to get traded away.
Will it matter, though? Will there not be enough fearsome blockers? That might be a consideration as well. We have only 2 fearsome blockers right now, Tristana and the Lantern. And this is a lot of damage coming through. The Sifty, of course, can be blocked by anything. Going to be blocked by the Seedling, probably, or the Mayor.
Yeah, and then Zed's Shadow can also get blocked. No. They're just reordering it. With Zed at the top, Cytherea still comes through. So the Shadow does gain fearsome from Cytherea the way that the combat orders out.
This is, again, only 9 HP on the Nexus for Aaron. Yeah, there's nothing you can do. We were talking about team, we were talking about the mushrooms, but at the end of the day, Cytherea doing things she did 2 years ago. If you don't have fearsome blockers, if you're playing all these chump blockers, then that is one way that you're going to be able to maybe lose a game. And we see it here as well. Ghost Driver able to get game 1 win here against Aaron. Everything looked good for Aaron. He was able to kind of, in the exact moments, the first kill on the Zed, for example, create these points where if you don't have that happen, it just snowballs out of control and you lose the game a few turns ago. But able to have the right reads, the right answers, the right time, but in the end, didn't matter. Cytherea comes down anyway, and you just don't have fearsome blockers. It's one of the downsides of this deck, this Bound City deck. Maybe if you were thinking about getting Bomber Twins, for example, the last pick from the Mayor, if you were thinking about Cytherea and having fearsome blockers, there might have been a different line. But overall, nothing that really Aaron can do at the end there.
I agree. I think the key turn definitely was using that Yordles and Arms defensively and losing out on that key card. And even if Tristana had showed up a little bit earlier, she starts buffing the units that you're summoning. So we see the potential for sure of this deck to go wide, put you under a lot of pressure. But even with the discounts from Gleaming Lantern and the Mare, there just wasn't the cards in hand to take advantage of it. And now we see Aaron coming back up to the plate with 2 Loping Telescopes. This is what you want to see. You want not just the discounts from the Mare, but also cards that are generating more cards for you to flood the board with, alongside Fae Sprout. Let's see what we get off of this. This will manifest a Fae and then give it +1/+1. Another scope. Fae Folk also looks right.
I have to say, if I had like a time capsule to send this game of Runeterra we're about to watch back 2 years, this is the game I would send. I would send this to Beta Panda playing, his Ionia for other elusives, just doing his thing, worrying about rally effects as like the scariest thing in the game, and then just send him this game where these players are going to start vomiting out units for 0 cost and flooding their board in these crazy chains. And I'm not sure what I would think about the future of Runeterra, because this is definitely very far from the vanilla and simple things we used to do back in the day.
I know, and now we've got these crazy units discounting, these chains of cards. And I remember there was like comments from Ruben that said, Vandal City, sure, they generate a lot of cards, they play a lot of things, they got discounts, but they're just playing a lot of garbage, right? Just beat them up. And that's what we saw in the last game, right? The Cytherea, the Bull, just swinging through. It doesn't matter how many things you've generated. If they can't block Fearsome, they have low HP, they can't stop Overwhelm, that kind of thing. And Ghoster Driver seems to be taking advantage of that quite nicely. But now, the Gleaming Lantern's got to do a lot of heavy lifting, I think, to overcome a Mare. Because this is a 3/3. It's got good stats, but it's something that you want to keep alive and get multiple reps of value from.
A little bit awkward. The potency is going to be huge here at being able to stop the Teemo and also try and fish for something else to play here, because you have just the Owlcats, the Seedling, the rally effects, but not enough really of a scary board to use that on, basically, or to make benefit of that rally. So on the other side, Aaron, I think, like you mentioned, double telescope, he has the projection for a much better mid to late game.
Oh man, and the Aloof's gonna snipe a Yordles and Arms. Either it's gonna hit Yordle and Arms or Golden Aegis. And I wonder if Ghoster Driver's glad that they get to keep the Aegis, or if they wanted that Yordles and Arms. Telescope, getting more cards, getting more chump blockers. If Ghoster Driver knew Aaron's hand and knew how important it was going to be to keep up in the race in terms of being able to develop the board, I think you do take the scope. The way this deck is built, I feel like having double Gleaming Lantern isn't going to give you any massive discounts, right?
Telescope coming in, starting to chain things up here. We're going to see maybe a Moon Silver can get a cheeky 3-mana Golden Aegis at some point that can be unexpected from Aaron if you're not keeping track of things.
Yeah, Mecha Caster is one of the best cards in terms of it's almost main deckable, and you don't mind generating it off of something. So gonna just have another big unit to play.
It is expensive though. It is, a 6-mana card that at this point with this deck, when you're usually trying to play cheaper stuff to be able to rally on the same turn that you go, as wide as you do. When you play Mega Caster, either you have a lot of spell mana banked on turn 7 already, or you're gonna have to wait till the next active turn to attack, so it just slows down the game plan a little bit too much. But maybe this is what Ghost Driver needs with his current hand.
Yeah, looking at the way the attack token is going to be moving back and forth, Ghost Driver attacking on odd turns. So on round 7, you can have that enough mana open for a Golden Aegis, right? So we'll see over the next couple rounds if Ghost Driver's able to maintain a good enough board.
There's the Lantern for Aaron, so starting to really get all the engines online.
Rainbow Fish, very, very spooky with the Mecha Caster. Push through some elusive damage. Both decks do have access to Sharp Sight, but having the discount on the Rainbow Fish from the Lantern is just so strong, right? Not having to pay that 4-mana premium. The Lantern, fortunately, has not been under threat from Aaron just yet, but that could change with this next turn. With the Mare and the Lantern working in tandem, these telescopes can get some really nasty pulls. Now, it's important to note that Gleaming Lantern only discounts the first Fae you play each round. So you have to make sure you're getting that maximum value. You want to play the Rainbow Fish or this Blast Cone Seedling first. Got a nice 6/4.
Elusive, not too shabby. There is a Sharp Sight though that's going to be able to perfectly answer this, and there's no other combat trick in hand right now that Ghost Driver can have as support. So actually a pretty big punish from Aaron. He's able to keep that 2 spell mana up before the attack goes through.
I actually kind of like the fact that Ghost Driver can punch through and start forcing these Sharp Sights, right? If in a matchup like this where your opponent wants you to just develop
that's
on
even
board,
scarier now.
Oh god, yeah, I was gonna say in a matchup like this where you're forcing your opponent to spend mana on spells and not playing to the board, the repeated threat of the Rainbow Fish coming back to the hand as an attach unit is very, very strong.
And I think it's pretty telling. The moment this seedling comes down with this barrier, I think Ghost Driver has to know that he may be committed a little bit too early, considering that you're able to lose a trade to a Sharp Sight, and now at this point not even have Aaron lose his unit in the process. So that could be a game-losing trade if that were to go through. And I think he has to pass here. And already just that, not bluff because the card is there and you are able to punish it, but just that turn of events where you're able to be proactive, put down the Rainbow Fish and not be punished for it, and you can't even attack with it while your opponent goes wide is quite scary.
And of course you have to play the Rainbow Fish first because you want the discount from the Lantern. Forces the Sharp Sight onto the Lantern though, thanks to Buster Shot, does open up a line to, if you want to attack with the Telescope, you can get the 1-for-1 trade here if you want it.
Yeah, it's still fine. You're still able to get the discount on one Telescope, and you get the trade anyway. You just don't get the barrier trade still. So it's not obviously still ideal, but I think definitely in favor of Aaron, and we're seeing with the 4-to-1, difference on the board right now.
Now, Aaron does have a good open attack here in terms of just body advantage, but you're only pushing 6 damage potentially, and there's nothing in play that can directly kill the Gleaming Lantern without an extra benefit. But the Howling Abyss has been grabbed off the Lofi Telescope Panda. Oh no. Play it. Just play it, Aaron. You can do it right now while Ghost Driver's board is super empty. You don't have to worry about a rally or any sort of pressure like that coming through, in my opinion. If they rally with just a Rainbow Fish, you take 5 in exchange for just getting more busted shenanigans. Do it. Yes!
Oh, no. The
Howling Abyss has been played, chat.
As if this deck needed any other wacky stuff occurring. I think it had enough. The wacky meter was already full with the Lanterns and the Fays and the Mayors and the Telescope, but said, all right, let's get a little bit more RNG. Let's start manifesting champions as well.
We're gonna, yeah, this is what they call in the FGC danger time. We got Ezreal.
Well, we have an elusive blocker now.
We got an elusive blocker. We can start converting the pokey sticks and sharp sights to extra damage on the Nexus. We've got 2 more loping telescopes in the hand to get more shenanigans. Oh my god. But yeah, Ghost Driver getting in early with the Gleaming Lantern, going to force another sharp sight potentially.
Oh, you made a fatal mistake. You allowed your opponent to play the elusive champion blocker he has just generated from Howling Abyss. Ezreal comes down with a 2-4 stat line. Not quite enough to trade into Lantern just yet, but you do have Pokestick and you do have Sharp Sight. Or you could just Sharp Sight any other unit, I think, at this point and save the Ezreal instead and try and have that as an alternate win condition.
Yeah, that's just going to be passive burn. We know these board-based lists, they have to fight you for that dominance, and they struggle to get that over-the-top value. With Bandle City, you get a little bit of impact damage, a little bit of Pokestick damage, which does go a long way, but Aaron is giving up a board slot for this Howling Abyss, right? So the next handful of champions that are generated need to be some absolute bangers here.
Now, if you play Mechacaster, you're not going to have enough mana for both the Aegis and the Sharp Sight if you want to have it to maybe save the trade into a Sharp-Sighted Telescope, for example, on Aaron's side. We're going to see what the decision is going to be for Ghost Driver.
Voice of the Risen, the synergy. The synergy, you get a leveled up champion, you get another unit that buffs your board for being wide off of the telescope. It knows. The telescope isn't looking at the stars, it's looking deep into the synergies within the game itself.
The attack and the committed here. I think it's just going to be, the value trade of the Mechacaster, having the 4/5 body styling that can't really be matched on Aaron's side of the board. And you're thinking, I'm either, my opponent's going to trade off this Ezreal. I'm going to get, 2 hits in if I go for Aegis after this with the extra buffs from the Mechacaster as well. So it might be a massive hit. But there's going to be a Sharp Sight once again this turn, and all of a sudden that will crumble.
Yeah, once that's committed, we'll have to see if Ghoster Driver kind of goes for a flip-flop, right? Excuse me.
The damage from the
Sharp Sight
Ezreal
to just
as well.
save this.
But this is the thing now. If you save it, you lose out on the Aegis this turn, and then there's going to be a wide attack next turn. It's and you save it, you go for the Aegis next turn, and then there's still an Ezreal. There's still an elusive blocker, so it's not like you're putting through that much damage anyway.
Yeah, it was really unfortunate that the Rainbow Fish ended up needing to be attached to the Gleaming Lantern, because now even though the Rainbow Fish comes back to your hand, you don't have that discount from the Gleaming Lantern to allow you to easily reattach it and put it back into play. This might even just become a Zap Sprayfin. Just play it out as a 4-mana 2/2 elusive.
Leveled up Misfortune.
No! Oh my god, no!
Aaron was not playing Scouts. It was Ghost Driver, but it looks like he is playing right now because Misfortune comes into hand. And it's one of the champions that we've always talked about it. When she levels up in the Scouts deck, it's GG. 98% of times that I've seen her level up, it has been a game win for Scouts. In this case, I think the same applies. I think her effect is just so strong because the level up is generally hard to achieve. You have to be rewarded for it. But in this case, it was pretty easy. You just play Howling Abyss and then just get it for free.
Oh my goodness. So just as a reminder, the bullet time, Misfortune's leveled up ability, deals 3 damage to battling enemies. So you can decide to take a little bit of damage to preserve your board. It's not like a Nivea where it hits your bench, but that is 3 guaranteed damage to the Nexus, and Riot so graciously gave her Overwhelm back.
And we have Aegis. We have the chance to do it again, to do it twice in this turn. We have Ezreal without an elusive blocker unless the Rainbow Fish is played for 4 mana, etc., etc. It's a long list of problems that Ghost Driver has to try and resolve right now.
And then if Ezreal connects with the Nexus, you get that Mystic Shot that you're able to send more directly to the Nexus, or just open up space to control Ghost Driver's board. We've got a full set. We've got a full set here of just spells that allow you to convert a board to a win, but we don't have a board in place. Decides to go for the Yordles and Arms as well after Aaron developed the Loping Telescope, taking away the Golden Aegis option. But I think just saying, I have 2 mana available still for Buster Shot or Pokey Stick, just make something else happen.
in the end, happy to just sacrifice one telescope, get the damage from Misfortune off, and you know, call it a day. Considering how many different tools Ghost Driver had to commit this turn just to defend, just to dissuade the attack, basically, to try and stay alive.
So the spell shield does eat the entire bullet time, which is nice. So you're able to get this trade, but the 3 damage does still go on the Nexus. You're still behind. At the very least, you've got the attack token coming back to you. You've got this big 7/7 elusive now that can maybe force the Ezreal to block. And that is a... What champion is that? Is that Elise?
Well, it's definitely not a meta champion because or else we would recognize it.
No, it's Lucian. Is that Lucian? I think it's Lucian. For a second, I thought it was a Nocturne, but that's definitely Lucian.
A 2-mana Nocturne would be a bit crazy, even for the Abyss standards. Lucian is going to be there. Also a champion that works off of rally effects, that works off of units dying and then trying to rally with that and getting more pings from Misfortune and from the Ezreal. So I don't know what black magic Aaron has, decided to put forward in this game to get all these champions that work so well together, but the synergies are all there.
When you stare into the abyss, it stares back, Panda.
The Aegis being committed here just to try and get as much damage as possible with the elusive onto Aaron's Nexus, but you do still have the Ezreal that you can kind of give up to allow for 1 block.
So it's going to be, so you have to Aegis the Ezreal, so you have the block versus this Mecha Caster. And then, so Ezreal stays alive.
Well, Pokestick is going to come through, but then you can't Aegis again, so that's the problem here for Ghost Driver. He can't really do anything. Everything he's doing is kind of irrelevant at this point. We're going to see Pokestick coming through. Now, only 3 mana left on the Nexus. Going to depend on what he wants to get off the draw to try and do something on this turn. But, I mean, it's looking pretty doomed, considering we're seeing a leveled up Misfortune, a leveled up Lucian, a leveled up Ezreal as well. Damage connecting on the Nexus from Ezreal's ability. I mean, everything is going in Aaron's favor.
And fortunately, because you killed the Ezreal after the rally came through, it doubles up on Lucian's rally. And
they should store
the
up,
other aspect as well is that I don't know if you play this game back again on round 6, the fact that Ghost Driver had no pressure at that time, so that you're able to even play the Howling Abyss. It's kind of like when you watch these Bandle Tree matchups, and in certain matchups that are very board-based and very aggressive, very tempo-heavy, you never have the time or leeway to make that 5-mana commitment. And so already being in a position to play 6 mana, set up a value engine, was already, I think, already meant that Ghost Driver was too far behind.
And it all came down to the one turn where you play Rainbow Fish on Telescope, where there was a Sharp Sight bluff for the Sharp Sight. The line was very obvious that Sharp Sight was going to punish you, and that entire attack token turn was basically gone. Whereas on the other side, Aaron was able to bluff the Sharp Sight while also developing kind of a 2 or 3 unit advantage to buy him that time to play the Howling Abyss the next turn. So overall, just a lot of different things happened in a row to really put the game in favor for Aaron. And then obviously the champions coming in, the ones that they did, very cheap champions that work off of rally effects and all synergize together. It was just kind of the cherry on top and really made it so that it was kind of a non-game. And Aaron had that in the bag the whole time. But Akshan Server for him to try and get this last game win for the game 3 of the series. And it will be Ghost Driver still on this Fae deck trying to find a win.
And as we know, Akshan Sivir has been a deck that a lot of diehards have still really kept within their repertoire of decks to bring to tournaments, still finding some success on the ladder, and now just gets the same boost that every other Demacia deck has, thanks to Petrosite Broadwing, etc. A lot of flexibility in the late game, still decks shuffling around between Bruiser, Screeching Dragon, Radiant Guardian. We've got Face Sprout now offering a quick Quill, another attach unit. Ghost Driver might feel a little bit burned from that last game, having an attach card that you have to keep putting down and paying that mana for just to buff up one of your units, rather than getting something you can play out and have a wide board. We'll see if there is a shift in strategy here.
Even Rainbow Fish, because of, again, now that maybe the last game was kind of a lesson learned where when you're playing against a deck that has Sharp Sight, Rainbow Fish just feel pretty terrible because it's able to get punished so often for what it is. Even with the Fate discount, it does seem a bit too punishable against decks that you expect to have sharp sight.
Mm-hmm. And now with the Lantern, we get 0 mana Quick Quill. Also has +1/+1 thanks to Fae Sprout. So we can get a 5/5 with Quick Attack here, or a 4/4 with Quick Attack. I actually do like putting it on the Blast Cone, because we saw that also in the last game, where if you put the attach on the Gleaming Lantern, when that attach unit comes back to your hand, it will be after the Lantern has died, so you don't get to continuously use that discount. By putting it on the other unit, you get to be a lot more audacious with the attacks and defenses that you're taking, because you're always going to get that 0 mana Quick Quill back to your hand.
The attack coming in. The good thing about going for this Quick Quill and going for this kind of quick attack strategy, where you're kind of going not all in on one unit, but a bit more in than you normally would. It's normally just going wide, and you don't really care about anything except for your engines. In this case, you do have double sharp sight in hand, which means that you are able to protect this kind of all in unit and maybe snowball it a bit, get a lot of value trades in the mid game.
Broadwing going to come through, wants to snipe the Lantern. We had the potential to play the Blast Cone Seedling, but Ghoster Driver just keeping that 4 mana open for the double sharp sight bluff.
A Stone Bird sniping a Lantern, Scarzig. Things that I, would not imagine would be happening on the board a year ago.
What if a 2 mana 0/3 was one of the most threatening units in the game? And actually lets it go through. Again, because the sharp sight isn't going to translate to the Gleaming Lantern actually being able to defeat the Broadwing thanks to the barrier. Better off just holding this for down the road, Ghoster Driver is saying.
Bomber Twins might be the option. Gonna have to hope for maybe a good landmark to get some extra value in hand.
Ooh, nice tempo on the grappling hook here.
And that's tough. That's, both engines dealt with. The double snipe, the collateral there from Aaron, and this Petricide Broadwing. And now all of a sudden, when it's a deck that you're trying to settle these engines and then get all the value from them, when they're both sniped right at the beginning, your deck starts, not really making that much sense. Doesn't really work as flawless as it did before.
Yeah, being able to snipe that mare as well before you're able to develop the discounted Bomber Twins, just putting your opponent 1 round behind on the developments is so massive in a mid-range environment like this. Ooh, Rockfall Path. Nice way to deal with the Petricite Broadwing. That is countdown 2, obliterate the weakest enemy unit. So we'll see how Aaron plays around this. Going to try to force a little bit more by attacking with the Tristana here as a 3/3 with quick attack. Just a big call out versus Aaron saying, do you have a combat trick here?
Yeah, with only 1 mana especially for Ghost Driver. That being said, Range of Resolve is going to be there, so looks like you're hoping to just chump block anyway. I would expect just no block here, but looks like Aaron wants to preserve some health. Is a bit scared of what the next few turns might look like.
I think Aaron, after doing so well with Bandle City, is maybe just sweating a little bit on what Ghoster Driver's deck is possibly capable of at this point.
Takes only 3 down to 17 HP now. Gonna have the Broadwing next turn that can try and snipe the Tristana. Of course, we mentioned there are gonna be sharp sights there. And you do want to get the Sivir down as well. So top decks are gonna be big here for Aaron. With the auction level up, might make things a little bit easier as well with the predict.
By trading away that Brightsteel Protector, we just open up a lot of room, right? Because we have this landmark kind of taking up a board slot. Allows us to play the Sivir, Treasure Seeker, things like that. So probably a fine trade just to not take a bunch of damage there. So here is the predict draw. Shield of Duran seems quite nice. Great synergy with Petricite Broadwing. He hasn't seen the Rockfall Path yet. Brightsteel Protector is also a nice pickup to guarantee you have that trade or that swing potentially versus a pokey stick. These are all great cards, honestly.
I think the protector has to be the best. I mean, it's just the barrier effects to stop all these different attacks or really dissuade your opponent from attacking on the turns they want when they really are going to cause a lot of damage. That being said, we have challenger effects, so I mean, maybe it's not that important because you just challenge the units you want and attack with just that unit anyway.
So here comes the Sivir down, and of course the Shielded Around was picked up. We got a nice barrier unit to block out Blast Code Seedling, showing its utility as just a great defensive development and a good carrier for a lot of these other buffs within Demacia.
No ping effects either for Aaron, of course, in this region combination. No Bandle State, no Pogi Stick, so it makes this barrier that much scarier. And as you mentioned, there it is.
Comes through.
The attempt at the kill here on the Tristana. You can use double sharp sight range of resolve if you want to, or just double sharp sight. That would do it. One would be able to trade at the very least, which is also going to be important, but we'll see how much Ghost Driver wants to come in here. You can go for both. That's perfectly fine. Able to keep this Tristana alive with a quick attack next turn, so the health doesn't matter too much because you won't trade anyway. One attacking at the very least.
With no challengers, no ping effects, the Tristana at 1 HP is going to get a lot of potential value here. Aaron has the Rite of Negation as well now in hand to stop a rally. And with Akshan leveled up and Sivir in play, Aaron is now set up to the point where most of the mana can be floated to keep this Rite of Negation open without hurting the pressure that is present here.
You can even, dissuade the attack with the Ephemeral, with Sandstone Charger. And that's really all that Ghost Driver has going for him. What he has currently on the board, he has a Grandfather Fae, but that's basically it. And 2 Radiant Resolve, which sometimes are great, but obviously in this case, they're just making your hand kind of be a bit pointless with the Rockfall Trap as well. Not really doing too much, to be honest, at this stage of the game.
Now we've got Tristana leveled up, trying to push through a little bit more damage. It's really so difficult to take the board back from Sivir Akshan at this point. Just because we now have the Waking Sands developed as ways to kind of scare you out of attacking. We have the constant threat of the Golden Aegis, just allowing them to flip the script back on you. We've got the now long-term clock-based pressure of the Sentinel's Horde ticking down and giving you that big font of power to find that final combination of cards you need to end the game. And at 17 HP, Aaron doesn't need to go for a desperate series of blocks here. Can just chump a little bit, take a little bit of damage, because outside of some chip damage here and there from impact, there's no over-the-top burn that a lot of these board-based decks have relied on to finish games off when they don't have Rally available.
Yeah, that's the biggest thing. The fact that, obviously, like you mentioned, we had a block last turn, so he's still at a very healthy 17 HP, and there's nothing close to real danger here. You're going to be able to trade off the units that you don't care about and keep both your Akshan and Sivir in the back, not put them in any risk, not go for any kind of value trades either, and just go for a big swing next turn, where you have a much better projection for the next few turns. You have a Sivir in hand, the Ricochet, so I think it's fine trading here. I think it makes sense to utilize the next Sivir. I think you're not scared of any the Sivir dying anytime soon, but we'll see. We'll see what he ends up committing to at the end.
Yeah, still not offering up anything that can get scooped by a second Sharp Sight. So just going to trade it with the Sivir here. Because Sivir plus one more unit is sometimes all you need to end the game, right? Just that big overwhelm keyword sharing type of combo, and then you're good to go. But now Aaron definitely needs things to come through. If you develop Rockfall Path and you show that there is no Golden Aegis, then Aaron is free to develop. I wonder if Ghost Driver is going to hold back here.
Yeah, that's the idea. Either way, it doesn't matter because Aaron's going to have the mana next turn by banking this 5 and having still 11 mana to work with. It's more than enough to do really everything you need to do.
Mare off the top is great for Ghost Driver. We get a big unit here, the Furious Fae Folk maybe. Bomber Twins could pull Preservarium to get more card draw as well to keep up with this board.
I think it has to be Bomber Twins. but none of these options seem great against you. It's just your hand is not really there for the long term. Your opponent is at 8 HP. That is true. You do have a few characters that have to be blocked next turn, but it's still looking a bit dicey here with Aaron just having the champions and having the better synergy with the cards he currently has on the board, and the Horde, when it does end up popping, is going to be devastating as well.
I think Bomber Twins has the highest chance of giving you value, because not only does it give you Preservarium potentially, you can get Hexplosive Minefield, just
but
shut
the impact
down a
is
big
big
effect.
on Faithful next turn. If your
Lots of
opponent's at 8
impact on
HP and you're
Faithfolk.
thinking of just getting, the last little bit of damage, if that's your out.
Ghoster Driver might just be afraid of Sivir Akshan having like that extra grappling hook or concerted strike to kill the Faithfolk before it's able to come through. We have also the ability, by going for a cheaper drop, we can trade away our Blast Code Seedling and just get the quick Quill back and redistribute that onto something to get some bonus stats.
$20 HP on the Nexus still for Ghost Driver, so it's very, very healthy here. It's not really going to be too relevant. Obviously, Aaron just wants to try and whittle down the board a little bit so he doesn't get any damage around the sides next turn, because he's at 8 HP right now. That's definitely going to be a problem.
Yeah. And so it's Ghoster Driver essentially having the choice between sticking to the classic Bandle City idea of I'm wider than you and I'm going to kill you, versus I have this big unit, and there's the Preservarium.
Preservarium as well. Lucky boy with the perfect landmark to give him that last bit of value he might need to end the game or to survive. Have enough blockers to survive the Sivir and the Akshan to the point where there isn't any over-the-top damage. There's no over 1.2.
Oh my god, Ghoster Driver loves to see the rally here, because now you can trade down the board, open up some space for the Preservarium and the Rockfall Path.
But you don't want a full trade either, because you want to be able to have a wide swing next turn.
Yeah, like I said, you can also chump the this 4/1 Blast Cone Seedling, because you get the Quick Quill back. You can just play that onto something else if you'd like.
I think it's fine. Just one block, get down Preservarium, and go for a big swing. I think there's not going to be enough time for Rockfall Path to do anything really relevant.
Oh my god, the Aegis! The Bomber Twins! Now, again,
do want to wait till next
turn.
You
can get like Star-Tipped Peak or Ripper's Bay.
Oh, he's going for it now. Yeah, I think that might be it. I think Aaron is not going to have what it takes to survive. Not one, but 2 attacks in a row. The rallies all around, but these rallies are going to be stronger. You have a bigger board to work with if you're Ghost Driver. You have a Tristana that has been doing work all game long. And that's going to be GG. Ghost Driver takes game 3, takes the win here in this series, knocks down Aaron to the loser's bracket. And Ghost Driver will advance now to semis. We'll see who he ends up matching up against as we see the results for this first round of Fight Night EU.
So we're going to have the bracket pulled up, but that game was just wild. Badge Attack was able actually to take down Gecko. As we said, it was a pretty tall order for our newcomer to try to take down such a Fight Night veteran. And Gouda actually advancing versus Peps Cola, a player who has very clean play, but sometimes has some awkward reads on the particular metagame of that week. But as we know, with these Demacia decks, are very popular. If you give them a chance to play a few more games out, get some better draws and sequences, they can make miracles happen. Broken Ball also advancing now here as well.
Very curious to see what these matchups look like, what the decks look like. Of course, we've seen a lot of Demacia. You mentioned there's going to be a lot of Demacia overall. So, viewers who don't like Demacia, don't get your hopes up too much. We're going to see more rally effects today as well, because it's just a very strong place right now in the meta with Yordle Arms, with different, swarm strategies and going wide strategies are working so well right now that obviously being able to attack multiple times, goes in favor of that as well. But we'll find out what the lineups and what those decks look like after a very short 3-minute break. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Fight Night EU. We're heading into the next round of the bracket, and some of our mid-range titans here are here to strut their stuff with some more Demacia goodness.
It will be Badge Attack versus Gouda in this next round. Of course, Badge Attack always a treat to cast over his games. I mentioned before, in my opinion, the best player in EMEA in the last year. People voting in the Esries did not agree with that, which I was very appalled to see. But a player that definitely, always brings his A game, always has been a player that on Auction Silver, for example, which is one of the premium, Demacia-based mid index, has always been one of the best players in my opinion. So a tournament like this one where the meta seems to favor this playstyle is definitely going to favor him as a player as well.
Yeah, having that long-term just familiarity with the deck is going to pay off. But Gouda, as you mentioned, very strong player from Morocco, really put that region on the map. Bringing a mid-range game as well. This could be a really strong showdown.
And the lineups, I tried to tell viewers not to get too excited, and I was right in giving out this warning because there's a whole lot more Demacia, and really,
listen, it's an acquired taste, Panda. We got some mid-range enjoyers in the chat. We got spoiled. If you had too much of a good thing back in the Fiora Shen days, it was like, okay, we're sick of seeing this, but now we get to see the subtle bluffs, the tit for tat, of the combat tricks and some of the sick bluffs, the lost arts of Runeterra being put back on display here for Fight Night.
We are going to see the Tristana deck, I think, highlighted here for these players.
Ignore what I said. Listen, let's look at this deck.
I have enough of the decks. I'm not going to deal with you as well. We're going to see now, though, the version of Tristana that we saw, in the lineup for both players in the last series. We're going to see it in the lineup for both players in this series as well. It's a deck that has been since its inclusion. And surprisingly enough, when I first saw the Fate package announced, I wasn't, too hyped about it. I didn't think, it's just, Bandle City doing Bandle City stuff, discounting more, but I didn't think it would be so prevalent or so strong. Seeing it, how it works out now, though, in play and in practice, it's, it makes sense to see pretty much every single player today bringing this deck because it is just so good at what it does. I just flooding the board with cheap units and then just going wide.
It is definitely one of those lists that when you look at it, you're like, there's a lot of good stuff in here. It's just a battle pile. You've got just units that buff each other up. There's just enough synergy and enough just raw card quality to really make this come together. And then, Golden Aegis, Yorls and Arms, just premium finishers right now.
And Blast Concealing and card is maybe a bit subtle in what it does, but the barrier coming onto play onto the unit itself is just so good at dissuading attacks from the opponent. So it's able to control the board in that way to stall out your opponent's game plan while also developing your own idea of just on your attack token turns really snowballing the effect of going so wide, of having so many units, of being able to have units, trade down and then just still have more units to take their place, maybe for free. So it just does a lot of very crazy things. I mentioned at the beginning, this is a deck that if we saw it 2 years ago when Runeterra first came out, we could lose our minds because it seems like it's doing some very, very powerful combos, things that you wouldn't expect from a game like Runeterra when it first released. But this is the world we live in now. Bandle City is a region, and it does some pretty crazy stuff when all of these cards work together so well.
And we can take a closer look now at Badge Attack's version of the Tristana list, opting for Bandle Commandos for the early game, getting a little bit more elusive damage, getting more Owl Cats to keep snowballing, getting that wide board, potential buffs for Tristana, potentially buffed by Grandfather Fae, also a couple main deck buster shots as well for the mirror match, able to answer that Nara Tristana if you don't have that backup mana for a combat trick to protect.
At the end of the day, what do you think is going to be the most important thing in a mirror match that could end up happening with these two decks? What do you think is the key point in the game that you say, hey, all of a sudden this player is going to be more favored? Is it just having the engines on the board as soon as possible?
I think that Grandfather Fae is actually very underrated because it gives you the Owl Cat and then is a unit that can continuously buff the units that you play, because the attack is a lot more important for just trading 1-for-1. Like we saw a lot of players in the last set between Ghoster Driver just opting out of trades altogether because it wasn't a clean 1-for-1. And I think the players are trying to make sure that when they're putting a card in combat, they want that kill to be guaranteed. Having the extra point of attack, I think, really matters. So Grandfather Fae and Tristana become premium mulligans rather than going for the value of like Gleaming Lantern. Mare and Telescope have proven to be even better without the Gleaming Lantern helping them out.
Yeah, I think just the engines, the fact that not just the engine, but the engines usually, like Telescope and Mare to some degree, get you more cards as well, so you don't run out of fuel. You're able to keep replenishing and keep making use of the discount. The biggest thing with Lantern is if you have a Lantern down and then you don't have a lot of Fae units to put on the board, that value is lost. You're not really doing anything with it. So being able to find that perfect, engine on the board and then just have that train of units getting more units, and that's where it really gets crazy, and you're able to just constantly reflood, and it feels like your opponent can't do anything about it. It feels like you can trade down all these units and then just have every single one of those units replaced on that same turn, basically.
And that's why I kind of really appreciate Badger Attack going for the Bandle Commandos, right? Having those extra Owl Cats gives you more targets for the Gleaming Lantern discount. Having a 2-1 with Spell Shield is great, right? Because you don't have to worry about Pokey Stick pinging it down. You can survive like other combat-based effects like Versus Misfortune to get the trades that you need. But playing it for 0 mana is even better. So that way you're able to float and have that Sharp Sight available to you more often, or that Golden Aegis or Yordles and Arms available to you more often.
Last matchup, we were talking about Demacia being just very widely represented. We said 5 out of the 6 decks, one of the most timelines. That one deck was banned. I said, maybe things will get better. The grass might be greener on the other side of the semifinals matchup, but 6 out of 6 Demacia decks. That means that in the first 2 rounds, we'll have seen Demacia in every single matchup on both sides throughout every game we've cast until now. That's pretty crazy. I don't think that's ever happened with any region that I can recall. Maybe with some of the very oppressive decks, some of the Ionia maybe.
Yeah, I think that there was one meta where we had like triple Targon lineups. But yeah, triple
for
Demacia.
Every single round, for like every single game for 2 rounds in a row. That's pretty crazy, and that might continue. I don't want to jinx it just yet in a bad way, or I do want to jinx it maybe, but maybe we just see only Demacia played as one of the 2 regions in every single game for the whole tournament. Scarzig, is that? I think that's mathematically a possibility.
I mean, Demacia has become a region where the good staple foundational cards for the region are just very good on their own. They don't require any sort of like synergy to like have a specific deck built around them. Like we all remember the meta where it was like Bright Steel Protector, single combat, Sharp Sight was like the splash, and then Golden Aegis if your deck had access, wanted that, and then like maybe Fleet Feather Tracker in some lists as well. And now it's just the new version of that, where we've got like Petrocite Broadwing in the mix. And now with Bandle City having access to Blastcone Seedling, we have that defensive application that Bright Steel Protector has been known for to punish your opponent's development, right? Especially in the early mid game where it's so key to fight for tempo.
I've been, subtly complaining about things like Bright Steel Protector for a long time, and he's like very, very strong,
very
tracker to some extent. And instead of, maybe something being done at some point with these cards, we get Petrocite Broadwing being added. Duran Sculpture, which is, pretty crazy for a 2-drop. Giving +1 health to anything that comes on the board is pretty insane. So I think it makes sense that we're seeing so much mid-range now. Both a mix of Demacia getting just even better tools they already had, and none of their tools really being, nerfed in the last few patches. And also Bandle City having a very effective, board strategy right now as well in the current meta. We've seen the bans coming through here.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to, Demacia finally hitting its critical mass, maybe eating some nerfs, so then the power level can be redistributed. It's very difficult to buff Demacia as a region because of scouts, right? Like, we're going to give these really cool synergy units for the Formidable package, and it's like, nope, that's a scout card. And so if scout starts to eat a little bit of nerf, then maybe we can get elites back in the game.
So it'll be a mirror lineup here, except for this Yuumi Pantheon deck from Badge Attack and the Scouts for Gouda. Action Silver for both players, and of course the Tristana deck for both players as well, the Fae deck. So, definitely going to see a few mirrors potentially happening here. The ban comes through from Badge Attack. Action Silver is out for Gouda. We'll see what Gouda ends up banning here.
Scouts up. That's very scary. But again, Badge Attack has been known to ban Sivir Akshan because as a player who's played the deck for a long time, has a deeper understanding and appreciation for how powerful that deck truly is. And if you have Bandle City in your lineup, maybe you're confident that you can just block scouts down so it doesn't matter if they're just hitting you, right?
7 seconds left for Gouda to decide his ban. And it's going to be the Tristana deck. So a few less mirrors are lined up here with, one of the two decks that both players have being banned on either side. Very different banning strategy here, of course. Different deck, considering the third deck is radically different. Scouts and Yuumi Pantheon do two very different things, despite them both being kind of Demacia rally decks.
Mm-hmm. And having access again to this Yuumi Pantheon is a very interesting idea because the version that Badge Attack is running has the one Taric in there, so you still have the potential to get that really powerful Taric Golden Aegis combo for the triple attack. And Yuumi has really risen in popularity lately for the ability to go big on a Pantheon or a Wounded White Flame, for example, and then just finish off with the Overwhelm from a Zenith Blade.
Here's the Akshan for Badge Attack. So a great mulligan there, finding Akshan for the turn 2 attack. Has the attack token on turn 2 as well, so that's going to be going great for him. Petrified Broadwing, not going to be really extremely effective just yet at the beginning of the game, but if you wait, if you get the Shield of Durand on it, if you're able to get that Snowball, if you have the Protector now as well for the turn 4 attack, that is actually massive.
And already, by skipping the turn 1, you're floating that mana, you're working on that sort of like that war chest, having that backup for your attacks to make them even more threatening. This version of Sivir Akshan, I do want to point out, has one Radiant Guardian in it. One of the key flex cards for the top end of the curve. The Radiant Guardian could really bring a game back from the brink where Gouda's forced to just swing in and, the Radiant Guardian offsetting 4 or 6 of that damage that's incoming into a rally, combined with strike effects, could just single-handedly stabilize a game.
Badge Attack actually not attacking on turn 2. It's actually going to be turn 3 and 5 for him on the odd turn. So really not ideal. Would have been pretty crazy if he had the turn 2 attack token to have the Akshan attack this turn, followed up by the Petrified Broadwing and the Protector attack on turn 4 to clean the board and just continue that damage from the Akshan. But in the end, you're just going to have to set up the Akshan now, get the landmark going as soon as possible, and get just maybe a possible open attack next turn even.
Yeah, and now you have access to the grappling hook. We did see in the previous round how much tempo that can really buy, especially versus something big like a Broadwing.
Guarantee 4 damage here on the Nexus from Gouda, so a great start for him as well.
Phase Sprout giving +1/+1 to the Blast Cone Seedling is very potent. Let's see if Broadwing can clear this. Great float there just to bluff it out. Badge Attack going to very easily take that pass. Thankfully, you have the value of the Warlord's Palace ticking down. So even if you aren't being proactive or you're forced to take a pass like that, you're still developing, you're still working towards your mid-late game spike. This deck doesn't really want to fight super hard for the early tempo the way the Bandle City variant does.
The extra health comes through now. 6 damage coming out of the Petrified Broadwing and a lot tankier as well. Ranger's Resolve won't do anything. Pokestick won't do anything. It'll be a good trade for Badge Attack, and the fact that he's going to be able to get the Challenger and the Protector and the Barrier on the Petrified Broadwing next turn as well to maybe dissuade the Tristana from coming down the board even.
Yeah, there's just... And if we were cautious last round because of the threat of a Sharp Sight, but now you just let this go through. Gleaming Lantern comes down. As you said, dissuading the Tristana development. You're going to put down another target to try to kill this Broadwing. It's going to get 2 more HP thanks to the Shield of Duran, so it's going to offset what it took this round. And this is really going to snowball the game because now we have the grappling hook too. So this Broadwing is going to get 3 for 1, 4 for 1.
Pokestick will be there as an answer to the Barrier next turn from the Protector, so there is going to be possibly for an answer there, at least not to kill, but at least to make sure it takes some damage, not just going to be killing shit endlessly. But well, there's a second Protector as well now, so this is the kind of thing that you can do with these synergies in Demacia, where everything seems to work so well with each other, pair so well, and then all of a sudden you get so much free value that really swings the tide in the mid game.
Yep, and so the Pokey Stick doesn't need to come through, pop that barrier, get damage onto the Broadwing so that you can at least make it a less threatening challenger unit. You're forcing Badge Attack to have more combat tricks to back this up. But in terms of card advantage, both players are still pretty even, which is what you want to see at this point against Vandal City. If they force you into a position where you're trading down a lot, using a lot of tricks to keep the board even, they're just going to pull ahead thanks to, you know, Mare and Telescope, Bomber Twins, cards that just give you more cards. How do you feel about the and you have to use the grappling hook on the Petrosite Broadwing because the unit has to have been targeted by a friendly effect first.
There's the extra health, which is actually just extra attack, able to kill this mayor even with a tough here and just continue controlling the board, continue getting the Auction landmark counter down lower and lower. Only one now, ready for it to flip and ready to get things going for Badge Attack. He has maybe wasted a lot of his hand in terms of combat, in terms of these very cheap spells to swing things in his favor, but he's going to have the ways to replenish his hand in the next few turns anyway.
Yeah, this is the changeover for Sivir Demacia that we've seen time and time again. Right when the deck is looking like it's running low on fuel, running low on resources, we have this predict, draw a card that allows you to find the perfect card that you need to convert whatever the current board state is. From this position, we're looking for like a Sivir or a Golden Aegis. Oh, the Cataclysm's also a nice pickup. What do you think Badge Attack's going to go for here, Panda?
They're all good options. Radiant Guardian against...
They're all so good, I know!
Against a deck that's trying to attack with very cheap units and go very wide, Radiant Guardian can just by herself basically, you know, stop attacks entirely by being able to heal and be able to only take maybe 1 damage from cheaper units, but instead going to opt to try and kill off this Tristana.
So we've got the swing there, and that does lower the Sentinel's Horde by 2 ticks. And we're just holding back Gouda now. We have the double Golden Aegis in hand, but we're still struggling to actually get a board set up. Petrosite Broadwing is still alive, still gobbling up all of Gouda's developments here. 3 mana being floated. Badge Attack has hit the perfect cadence that you love to see from these combat trick heavy Demacia lists.
It's going to be a full swing here. Going to activate Radiant Guardian as well, and I'm not sure if Gouda can do anything about it. The good thing is that obviously all these different kills that the Petrosite is getting, Gouda's deck is all about just, you know, replenishing these units and just constantly getting more and more units on the board to take their place. But at some point, you're going to run dry, and you can't really unmatch this free value that the Badge Attack is getting every single turn with this Petrosite Broadwing from the very beginning of the game. Able to just get, what's the kill streak on right now? I think it's already UAV at least. Might be a Predator
like
missile
kill
soon.
number 5 if we count the Tristana as well.
It's going for the AC 130. I think it's gonna take a bit, but we might get there.
I've never seen a Petrosite Broadwing carry this hard. We know it's strong, and this is like it's just showing off its maximum value. Badge Attack kept the Auction and the Shield of Duran in the opening hand, sets up for the Radiant Guardian. That's going to seal the deal, right? Trickster has got to just get in under the radar versus no sharp sights available.
You have a Trickster, you have a stun as well. Next turn, you can stun the strongest unit, which will be the Radiant Guardian with the explosive minefield. So that is a line that you can take in this world.
Moving Telescope. Crescent Strike.
This Radiant Guardian might not see much play.
I mean, you're running low on resources. Your board's wide, really wide, so the Tenor of Terror isn't that great. So Crescent Strike maybe can make something happen here. And again, we can see like a little bit of that, what I was talking about with Grandfather Faye, being able to buff these Owl Cats and now the Telescope. You have, even with such a mediocre development, is still threatening enough against Badge Attack's board. You're still forcing more combat tricks out of them. It's just been such that Badge Attack drew the perfect combat tricks to go with the early developed units and then hit that accelerated Warlord's Palace to then get this Radiant Guardian to stabilize here in the late game.
The sharp side's pretty big as well. In terms of just, there's not going to be any sneaky trickster damage coming through. Could be punished by the Radiant Guardian if it's not stunned at the moment. But we're going to have to see how Gouda decides to try and maximize these rally effects with having the Radiant Guardian stunned. And with having the board that he currently has, I think his best bet right now might be Minefield, stun the Radiant Guardian, and then just force trades with these 3 attack units. But this Bruiser now is going to make things a little bit more awkward for Gouda.
Yeah, we've got Hexplosive Minefield into Crescent Strike to stun 3 things, and into an attack, into a Golden Aegis. But the stuff that's still available can still get good trades, so that your rally attack isn't going to be that strong. And because you're trading 1 for 1, you still have the Recurrent Bruiser and the Radiant Guardian ready to just offset whatever damage you're thinking about putting through from this position.
And there's still a bit too much HP on the Nexus. 15 HP is still quite a bit for Badgetech. So there's no cheeky, I'll stun 2 more units and then just, make you have to block everything because there's just a little bit too much HP on the Nexus right now. So I think there's just not enough from Gouda. His board is not scary enough to really capitalize with all these rally effects.
Yeah, I think that might have been a rope out there. Thinking too deeply about the line, had already committed Hexplosive Minefield into the Radiant Guardian, but then just wasn't able to decide between Crescent Strike or Trickster, I think was being hovered there before the timer ticked down. Just became a round end. So now Badgetech is able to use Challenger and Quick Attack and Lifesteal to just recapture dominance on board and begin threatening a rally of his own.
You have Pokey Stick, but then you have the Shield of Ran to just get that HP on either of these Broadwings if they're trying to get kills from Gouda with the Pokey Stick. So overall, it just seems like there just isn't enough going for Gouda right now. Allcats are not really the carry units that you want to see when you have double rallies and this much mana.
Yeah, even by missing out, we already said it, Panda, even by missing out on that opportunity in the last round, there really wasn't any good options there regardless. Because it's just one of those moves where you're putting your win conditions and your power onto the stack just to try to even the keel between you and the opponent. You aren't actually converting to a win. And now triple Golden Aegis, but no good board in play. This has been, I think we've seen consistently now, where these Bandle City decks have the Yordles and Arms or Golden Aegis in hand, but no board to be able to take advantage of it.
Leveled up Sivir. A third Golden Aegis drawn for Gouda with still no real board to capitalize on. Sharpsight to try and punish any elusive shenanigans. 19 HP thanks to Radiant Guardian on the Nexus for Badgetech. So everything going in his favor. I think this is very clearly a game one in favor of Badgetech at this point. Even the Challenger might be pretty interesting on Radiant Guardian, for example. You want to trade out the elusive right now. But Fearsome is also going to be a good option.
Yep. There's your arms. Wait a minute. We've got the AoE buff. We've got the Sharp Sight plus Grappling Hook to kill this elusive unit.
You have the barrier, though. You have so much HP to work with. You have Sharp Sight. I think it's, you can just Sharp Sight the Sivir now as well. Kill off the elusive. You can chump out with the Petricides at this point, I think, or the Bruiser even. The Bruiser can still 1-for-1 trade with Alley there.
Yeah, going for the rally there was definitely smart, because now Gouda has to attack here before playing this Crescent Strike. Because the Crescent Strike, I mean, the Broadwings don't do too much. I mean, the 5 HP Broadwing can kill one of the Owl Cats. Your 7/7 is pretty safe. Do you want to just force the Radiant Guardian to trade down? Again, you can take some damage and then kind of offset that quite nicely.
So only attacking with...
So offers up the opportunity here for the backswing.
Yeah, I mean, Barry, yeah, what can you do here? It's just a complete... If we're talking about combat tricks and mid-range, then Akshan Sivir is the deck that does it best, and we're seeing why. With the addition of Petricide Broadwing, gives you so much more control, lets you dictate all the terms on the board in terms of combat. And Gouda has been on the back foot the entire game, and the draws have not been ideal, where with the hand you currently have, having triple Aegis is not something you can really work with.
Yeah, we've got Sharp Sight here, so the Akshan can also kill this Owlcat. We put the Sivir down at the bottom of the combat line to play around another combat trick from Gouda. And Badgetech also has the Grappling Hook, right? where you can, because Sivir was the target of Golden Aegis, you can use Grappling Hook to just slay something.
And that's a surrender now. Once we see this happen, there's a Shen emote, and that's going to be it. Game 1 goes to Badge Attack. Perfectly orchestrated game of Akshan Sivir, as we mentioned and as we expected from a player like him who has been playing this deck for so long and playing it at such a high level as well.
Yeah, it just came together beautifully. Having the Petrosite Broadwing, having that extra early game play that you're able to so confidently make to help carry you better into your mid-game spike is really what Sivir Akshan needed. Previously, it was so thin. The margins of error and draw quality were so tight, being able to convert very confidently to the Bruiser or the Sivir in the late game. But we saw, even with Sivir hitting the board so late in that game, the pressure and setup had already been done, and she was just icing on the cake.
Now Magic has to try and find the win with this Pantheon Yuumi deck, and to be honest, pretty good start. Gonna have the Saga Seeker on turn 1, gonna have the White Flame on turn 3, so the most important part of this deck and that curve to really get these Faded units going as early as possible is already there for Badge Attack. And that's really what you want to see. That being said, there is also going to be a Lantern in hand for Gouda for that turn 3 play. No Fae, though.
Yeah, these sorts of like Pantheon decks can get punished by lists that can go wide very, very quickly. But having the Saga Seeker and the Wounded White Flame so early like this means that you have units that trade well, but also scale up nicely so that they're able to survive for multiple rounds and kind of keep the board under control that way. So the question is, will Badge Attack develop the White Flame this turn or float this 3 spell mana?
Considering the Cataclysm even at this point, Lantern is going to be hard to deal with, but little does he know, there's actually no synergy right now in hand for Gouda to get benefit from this Fae discount at all.
Yeah, just worried about perhaps the Ranger's Resolve there. Makes it pretty awkward. Just having the mana as a backup, Badge Attack has proven, you know, just the ability to bluff is so important because in board-based matchups like this, in round 1, like comparing the first round that we spectated versus this round, the players are being a lot more methodical. It's not just like I'm trying to bully you and have you have maximum draw quality in order to win. And so Gouda, knowing that Badge Attack wants to proc Faded this round, leveling up the Pantheon, scaling up the Saga Seeker, decides to just open pass and see what Badge Attack commits to first. Fortunately, we do have the Bright Steel Protector, which already kind of turns off Gouda's attack for this round. We could see Hexplosive Minefield that we got from Bomber Twins here. Maybe into a Tristana. But again, no Fae for the Lantern.
Even Gnar as a champion that against Demacia doesn't really feel that great because the quick attack idea of attacking with him and getting that value and making sure he survives on the attack, because the quick attack is not really there because there's so many combat tricks that can stop quick attack from being a thing. There's barriers, there's obviously sharp sight, and it does feel quite a bit worse if it ends up dying for 4 mana.
And out of all the Demacia decks that we've been seeing over the course of the broadcast so far, Badge Attack is the only one that's like running like single combat and stuff like that. So now Gouda has to respect these like empty barrier plays, and like didn't develop the Gnar or the Tristana last round because of that. Gouda's not playing a deck that really cares about floating a ton of mana, especially in the early mid game. It's more about just swarmy setup, and then your big bombs are just on those turns where you have lots of mana regardless.
There's now the attempt to kill this Gnar because it will be a massive threat with the vulnerable being given to the Saga Seeker, with the Gnar of course transforming to level 2. You want to kill it off this turn. Gouda has Sharp to protect, but there's going to be a Pill Cascade for a Badge Attack as well. So I mean, yeah, there's nothing you can do there. Just another quick, easy kill. And again, it's all about controlling the board, which Badge Attack has a lineup that is just so good at doing that.
The Demacia anti-swarm technology just really coming through. You normally don't think of Demacia as a region any longer that can keep up with these things that go wide, but I think it's just because, again, all of the sorts of Demacia lists like scouts and whatnot just focus so much on going wide and controlling the board by forcing you to block. Having these sorts of direct answers like Cataclysm and Single Combat and even Concerted Strike, like we saw in the last round, have just fallen out of favor.
That's the thing. The scariest thing, of course, of these decks is the engines. The engines that if left untouched in the bench, that's where things really snowball. But if you're able to control these engines as soon as they come down, then it kind of deflates the game plan a little bit for your opponent.
Mm-hmm. And furthermore, we have seen decks like Shadow Isles, Freljord, PNZ, who have great spot removal for these builds. But when you combine it with Demacia, and suddenly you have to account for Ranger's Resolve and Sharp Sight, your removal doesn't line up. But when you have this Saga Seeker that has massive attack, it means that your combat-based removal is also scaling along with your opponent's stat lines. It's actually really beautiful to see in practice.
But everything we've said the last 3 minutes is maybe irrelevant because this board is looking real scary from Gouda. He's able to flood the board with so many cheap units so quickly. He has a minefield to stun the barrier, which was the one thing that was maybe the stop sign on this attack from Gouda. It was the fact that there's a barrier now in the Saga Seeker that can maybe trade with Tristana, but now the minefield comes down, and all of a sudden the pressure is so high here from Gouda on this attack token turn.
And the importance, right, again, of Tristana and Grandfather Fae working together. So these small, cheap units that you play get big attack
Can you go down to 4? Oh, no.
This is definitely a big call out. I mean, what are you going to block instead? Yeah, I guess you chump the Trist. You take the impact damage anyway, and then 3 damage. So trying to just trade 1 for 1 and keep the board clear.
If you think about winning off of Overwhelm, off of this one Saga Seeker, then I guess you don't really care how many units you have on the side, just about not taking so much damage in case a rally effect comes in. You can't save because of the impact, for example, but even at this point, it's looking scary. I mean, you want to develop, but you also want to just try and go for the each next turn attack as many times as possible with the Saga Seeker while it still survives.
Yeah, because now this Tristana scaled up, she can actually fight the Saga Seeker. So now you've got to put more HP on this bad boy. So it looks like Badge Attack is setting up for an open attack into the Golden Aegis. We also get a nice boost from Yuumi. So here comes swing number 1. With Tristana maybe getting even boosted by the Sharp Sight, tanking a little bit more of this damage. You would take 4, you're down to 6. Then Golden Aegis comes through to try to win the game. And you've got Yordles and Arms to maybe answer back versus that swing by having another just massive buff on your board.
And there's not enough damage to take down this Saga Seeker. Even with Sharp Sight and Pokestick, if you have the faded proccing, of course, the Pill Cascade, the second Pill Cascade as well, you're going up to 12 HP. Already, you can set them to 11, force the Pokestick out, and then play the second Pill Cascade. That being said, that means there's no Aegis this turn.
Yeah,
and no lethal.
Still only 6. It's all about just preventing the lethal. I was so focused on Badge Attack's plan that suddenly Gouda just jumped out of nowhere with the Tristana and the Grandfather Fae.
That is going to be it for Badge. He knows he can't Aegis this turn. If he does, he leaves his Saga Seeker completely at the mercy of Pokestick. And there's just not enough mana. If only you had 1 more mana, everything would be fine. But now you're thinking about trying to have blockers for next turn, and I think there's not going to be a next turn.
Yeah, especially with Yordles and Arms. Like you can just slam that, because even if Badge Attack goes for Golden Aegis at slow speed, Gouda still gets the first attack. Forcing that combat trick for good measure.
Gonna lose the faded proc as well for next turn potentially. Another Aegis, too slow here.
So we're looking for a single combat or a concerted strike off the top.
Yeah, something that can interact with Tristana without having to actually get into combat with her, because the quick attack, it means that, despite the beefiness of a Saga Seeker, of this, maybe the weapon once gets a few more stats, it just doesn't matter if you have to trade 1 for 1 here, and you're forced to block because you're only at 9 HP. Your opponent has a tasty Faefolk now as well. It's been buffed to a 6/3. There's impact across the board. It's looking pretty doomed here. And we were kind of talking about how Bajtak had so much control, but the deck from Gouda, and it's showing why this deck is being brought by so many players, so strong, and just taking a game and just flipping it on its head completely.
I think this is the first like true showcase of what this deck is capable of. It's not just a generically wide board plus a rally, or a decently wide board plus Yordle and Arms. It's the fact that the passive attack buffing from Grandfather Fay and Tristana is really the key of forcing your opponent to block down.
Yordle and Arms and a surrender comes through. I think it was pretty clear that you're not going to be able to block that much damage when you're only at 9 HP. So game 2 goes to Gouda now. Ties things up, and we're going to be forcing a game 3 here, of course. Demacia is a guarantee. We're going to see Bajtak still on this Pantheon Yuumi, and we're going to see Scouts actually coming into the mix. We saw that the ban from Bajtak was the Akshan Silver and Gouda's lineup, so Scouts is being let through. A deck that maybe you won't be able to keep at bay with Pantheon Yuumi with kind of the single unit all-in strategy, but maybe if you have that unit trade multiple times into the cheaper units from your opponent, you're able to control the board that way and still kind of keep things.
Misfortune in the opening hand and a blinding assault. Scouts off to a really great start with a keep. We've got double Saga Seeker and Mountain Goat, though, to keep up with that development. If we get the sequence of the Cataclysms and the single combats like we saw in that previous match from Bajtak to control these key units, maybe there will just be a mid-game stall out from Gouda that Bajtak is able to exploit. Playing out on curve, not floating mana for combat tricks, just needs to get down on the board quickly and efficiently.
You want to save the spell mana for the Valor, but I think you want to play Mirai Warden at this point, in this case here, and slow down the MF level up a little bit. Especially because you know there might just be strike effects that can kill MF anyway, so you can't just go all in and think, hey, I'm just going to take a lot of damage here, play MF with Valor next turn, and just try and level her up as fast as possible, because there might be a punish for it.
Yeah, having the 2/1 walls out the Goat and the Saga Seeker, and if you get a garbage 1-drop, you can still just swing with it for free to proc your Misfortune. So I do actually really like that development, and then you're really testing the quality of what Bajtak has available. And it's going to be Yuumi boosting this Saga Seeker all the way up to a 4/5. Again, really great blocks being presented.
Well, the MF damage guarantees a trade onto the Goat if it does block anywhere.
I think it's worth. If there was maybe like a Bright Steel Protector in the hand, or maybe you hold the Goat so you have another like single combat target, this isn't a lot of damage taken right away. Probably the best bet is just to block with Saga Seeker, because it's a body that will trade and then stay alive for next round to swing again. Maybe eat the 1/2. The Green Glade Caretaker. That's going to get boosted when barriers are cast, so there's actually a little bit of synergy here.
I think attack has to come through regardless.
I think you attack with the 1/2. Yeah, at least to get some damage on the Nexus and start progressing the Misfortune. But Gouda, once again, timing out on that decision, saying no. I just want a wide development.
He does have a hand that favors kind of trying to play things slower. Because he has a Sergeant, because he has a Sithra, because he has, you know, all these tools, they're going to benefit from having the widest board possible.
And we'll see if by not getting that proc on Misfortune this round, if delaying her level up potentially by a round or two could come back to haunt Gouda. We've now got a 7/9 with Overwhelm on Bajtak's side.
It all comes down to the hand and what it looks like for Gouda. If he had a hand that had rally effects that maybe favored a fast MF level up and you know, playing on the Scout synergy a lot more, playing the Valor, playing the Island Navigator, you would take that route. But against a deck that's going to have ways to answer, it's going to have single combat and concerted strike, I think you can't go all in on MF. You have to play kind of a different strategy, and that's the case here. We're just going for a wide board strategy, going to go off the buffs. They're going to create them some very awkward positions for Bajtak as well.
We've got Cataclysm here for Demacia, doesn't even seem too bad.
Yeah, being committed right away.
Because it's a 4v2 scenario. Bajtak can play one unit that isn't going to be a good blocker on its own. But also Blinding Assault.
I do think it was a bit too early, especially because you're not getting a value trade onto the 8-10. Obviously, it's just a little bit too massive.
Proccing the Fated with Golden Aegis here. Thinning the deck a little bit out of that other Zenith Blade. The Scout from the Valor is going to put Misfortune back on track for a level up here. And so what's the next swing? Maybe just swing with the Caretaker or the Mirai Warden?
Yeah, you might even... I'm not sure about full swinging. Obviously, you want to keep the MF alive, but...
Cataclysm on the Mirai Warden.
Oh, this overwhelm damage is going to hurt. And Gouda knows it. Gouda can see the pain coming. Yeah. And this is what we were talking about. All of a sudden, you're outnumbered. You're but one very strong boy able to make use of the fact that there's not really any interaction in scouts whatsoever. You can't punish these kind of plays. And you just let loose. All of a sudden, 4 HP on the Nexus, and your opponent's surrendering, and Badge Attack takes Game 3, takes the series, and advances the winner's finals.
Man, the Saga Seeker. Let me tell you the story of the saga of the one guy from Targon.
He was seeking it. He found it.
It's Babbling Bjerg. He comes down from the Mount Targon like, one man fought an entire army of scouts and fish people and birds. They all attacked him at once, and he still won.
It's like the story of the Spartans, but a little bit more downskilled, a little bit more believable, and in a different setting. But
Leonidas. It
but
was
a similar
one man
one
and
there.
his pet cat.
Definitely, looking for the sagas, and definitely found the sagas. They're able to get the win and propel Badge Attack to this winner's final. A player that, I saw actually recently a post on Twitter yesterday from Santiago, who posts so much stuff with the competitive community about the counter in terms of who has won how many fight nights, and Badge Attack has 3 of them. So he's trying to match Ultraman, who has 4, and be one of those trophy leaders for this tournament. And he's already doing a very good job in the winner's final. Hoping to face off against, we're going to see that Ghost Driver. So they're going to be a tough one. We saw Ghost Driver in the very first round, able to eke a win against last week's champion, Aaron, or 2 weeks ago. So a very strong winner's final coming up. And 6 Demacia decks as well. Unfortunately. Don't go anywhere, though. Stay tuned, because despite it being, all one region or mostly one region, I think, as Scarzig mentioned, we're going to learn a lot from these players, and the decisions they make. It really allows for a lot of skill agency in terms of combat, in terms of when you attack, when you rally, etc. Makes things still very exciting to watch if you're interested in competitive Runeterra. So don't go anywhere and stay tuned.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Fight Night Legends EU. We're just about to hop into the winners finals. Ghoster Driver now taking on Badge Attack in this Demacia special to see who will get that comfy spot in the grand finals and keep that second life available.
As far as I remember, I don't think Ghost Driver has ever won a Fight Night tournament, so that would be a big opportunity for him. Making it to the grand finals, of course, is a big deal, not just because you're one win away from doing it, but you have that extra life. You have a chance to, if you lose that one series, to have a bracket reset and have a second chance. So it would be massive for him. We'll see if that ends up panning out. I just like, of course, a very tough opponent, an opponent that has a lineup that I think he's going to be very comfortable with. He's not in this like testing phase or trying out this new stuff that just came out. He's playing kind of, things that he's very familiar with in terms of Demacia and Silver Auction especially. So it's going to be very difficult, I think, to dethrone Badge Attack in this case, in this winner's final.
And I want to take a closer look now at that Silver Auction. It's a deck that he's really stuck to and really perfected, and now is just taking advantage of some of the recent developments of the metagame. Shield of Durand, Petrosite Broadwing, excellent cards, but still maintaining that flexible distribution of cards, like a couple of Treasure Seekers, the one Vanguard Sergeant, Recurrent Vagabond. You can see just like the history of how this deck has evolved by all of these seemingly odd one-ofs and two-ofs, but they all have their applications for this deck because you have that extra draw power from the Warlord's Palace, being able to predict draw into some of these more situational cards and amplify their power is really what allows Badge Attack to make this archetype shine. And the Radiant Guardian tech, a recent idea, instead of running Triple Bruiser or Screeching Dragon, allows you to stabilize versus those more aggressive variants.
Even the one-off copy of Sergeant, I think, is very interesting because you plop it down, you have this, for Demacia in hand that in a deck, in a matchup that's like kind of both playing for mid-range, kind of stalled out, it can be just something that your opponent cannot deal with in any way. When you have quick attack, when you have challengers, especially when you have Petrosite Broadwing. So a lot of reasons why this deck has evolved the way it has into this current version with the cards that were added. Not just new cards being added and you add those in. It's new cards being added, you add those in, and you change what the old cards were because these new cards, offer different things, different game plans in the mid game as well for your deck. So it just seems like it just gets stronger and stronger. But still fair. It doesn't do any kind of, it doesn't rely on these like crazy all-ins with Rune Runner anymore. It's just more and more fair, but also kind of just very consistent and very strong and just hard to deal with against a player that knows what he's doing.
Yeah, and it's funny too because even though we saw Badge Attack do very well with this variant in the last set, I don't think we got the chance to see Merciless Hunter come down. There were still a few cards missing from the recipe, and you can see that the toolbox runs even deeper for this list, and the flexibility there is going to be so important when you're familiar with the different lines that this list can take. It just keeps you open, right? You have an open mind for those sorts of ideas to get towards the late game. Are you trying to win with the Sivir Absolver combo? Are you trying to win the Battle of Attrition with Recurrent Bruiser and Radiant Guardian? Are you going to try to get, we've seen some games go ridiculously long and you get Sentinel's Horde number 2 popping off with Font of Power. There's a lot of different ways that this can go, and I love the one of Red of Negation as well for the current metagame.
I'm going to jump into picks and bans very soon to see exactly what these players are going to be banning. But we do know what they're playing for the most part. We saw Ghost Driver in round 1. So we saw his 3 decks. All of them have Demacia. The only player until now that has had a one deck that isn't running Demacia at all was Aaron, who had one single non-Demacia deck that was Nard, Chrono Timelines, but that is no longer, of course, in this matchup. Ghost Driver had, I believe it was the Shen Zed, had the Tristana deck as well. And just overall, Demacia all over the place. And similar, again, because it's all Demacia, it's not like all the decks are doing the same thing. I think all the decks are doing quite different things, but they are all using rally effects, and they are all kind of going into combat tricks and trying to flood the board, or trying to have these very strong units like Badge Attack with the Pantheon Yumi. So differing strategies, but a lot of the very same key cards, Sharp Sight, etc., etc.
Yeah, if I like the idea behind the Shen Zed as well. If you were to run into something like a Bandle Tree, a deck that develops a lot of chumps, but might run out of steam, and they don't have those combat tricks, right, to actually threaten the Zed when he's just swinging on you for free. Or if you're playing against a Bandle City deck that just has things like Telescope, without the the Blast Cone Seedling and having that barrier to wall him out on those key early rounds where he starts to take over the board, I could certainly see the Zed being a very powerful pick for the current metagame. And we'll see that, we're jumping into another set spectating Ghoster Driver if we can see the true power of this Zed idea really shine through.
We'll see the bans from Magic as well. He banned the Akshan Sivir the last time, the last game we saw. And Ghoster Driver is not bringing Akshan Sivir. He's bringing Scouts instead, which wasn't banned last time. So we already kind of see what kind of decks Magic is maybe fearing and what decks he's going to maybe let through. Scouts was not banned last time around. Tristana was not banned last time around. It could be Tristana ban. It could be just this Shen Zed maybe. But it will be Akshan Sivir. Maybe the strong deck, or maybe just because it's a strong deck in Magic's hand, but that will be banned from Magic's side. And now Magic's still deciding what he will take away from Ghoster Driver.
Yeah, having the Sivir Akshan be banned, and then you have to anticipate what your opponent is going to ban, and then ban appropriately. Like, I was worried about him leaving Scouts up in that last matchup because it can be such a frighteningly snowbally deck, but he's confident in his ability to just to win out regardless.
Tristana is going to be taken away from Ghoster Driver, so again, no mirrors are going to be possible in this case, so that is at least a silver lining for us. All Demacia decks, but no
does
mirrors
not like
possible.
Mirrors.
Listen, I don't think anyone does.
There's only been like 2 or 3 mirror matches over the course of Runeterra's history that have been actually very, very fun, like Fizz TF, Swain TF as well. Personally, for me, has been a very fun mirror match. But that I digress. Getting into this game, we've now got Scouts versus the Yuumi Pantheon Taric list. We saw the Saga Seeker just completely spiral out of control and end the game with the Cataclysm. But we get a closer look now with Ghoster Driver running the Penitent Squire variant.
A very slow hand for Badge Attack with double Zenith Blade and Hush against Scouts. Not really ideal in terms of you're trying to match kind of mana for mana with what they're putting out. And we're going to have maybe an engine setup here with the potential for the Rand Sculptor to come down and everything after it to get more and more buffed.
Yeah,
there's no play here on turn 2. This is going to be huge.
Yeah, 4 damage right off the bat, getting the Sculptor set up to get better trades, better board dominance for Ghoster Driver. Badge Attack kept the Yuumi in the opening hand, mulligan 2 cards away, maybe hoping for a Saga Seeker, kept the Wounded White Flame as a backup plan, but now already things are hitting the board, things are scaling up, and the Wounded White Flame has to try to win through here. We got a nice free attack, 4 damage, evening out the HP totals, but now we've got Broadwing coming down. Pull this singular unit to the side and force through even more damage.
With the barrier as well, with the Radiant Resolve backup just in case. It's getting pretty scary here. Sharpshot as well just in case. I mean, you're going to have to play out the single combat right now if you want to get the kill, because the moment the barrier comes on, it's going to be much more difficult here. And just a super wide board, these sculptures, because you're pulling this white flame to the side, are going to survive, so they're going to continue buffing everything. And the health even helps blocking overwhelm damage in this case as well. So it's just everything is going in favor of Ghost Driver here with this perfect start.
So Badge Attack commits to the Yuumi, has the big scaling overwhelm on the White Flame, could just take this game back. With the single combat potentially removing a blocker altogether and hitting the Nexus for full, a top deck Cataclysm could just snatch this game back for Badge Attack. We'll see what the next draw is. We've got enough for the single combat and the Golden Aegis. Will that be enough, Panda? 8 plus 8 is 16.
You have blockers, though. It's going to be... And you have Sharp Sight, you have Radiant Resolve, you have many ways to mitigate damage.
Broadwing, really big blocker here.
The Hush can do something here, but really not going to be enough, I think, to stop this.
And we'll see if it pays off. I think Badge Attack just committed to the plan, committed to the line. Scouts is one of those matchups where even if you have a really strong draw, if they have their strong draw, they're going to kill you. So we've got Prowling Projectile. This grants a unit +1/+1 and then deals 1 to another target. Forces the Sharp Sight, trying to get the 1-for-1 trade. The Fated won't proc until the spell resolves. It's just enough for this to survive.
Well, the Aegis will come through, but still, it's just not enough damage when you have Sharpsight as well to make sure you're going to end the tough still on the 3-4, for example. So you have to go for the Wounded White Flame instead. And you're just going to go for a wide swing plus Sharpsight next turn.
Yep, 6v2. We've got the Hush to stop a Broadwing damage, and single combat maybe clears one other unit, but it doesn't seem to be enough.
MF can't do anything at this point. You want to go for the open attack no matter what.
Mm-hmm. Yep, so you can block one of the Bright Steel Protectors, single combat the other, and then you take 6. And then you have Hush versus the Sharpsight to try to go for that lethal once again.
But both units die at this point. And you have, you're still 12 HP in the Nexus for Ghost Driver, so there's not enough time, I think, for Bad Jack to reset up a second onslaught before the MF can just ping down the Nexus maybe next turn.
Mm-hmm.
You might survive here, but I don't think you win the game. That's a big thing here for Bad Attack.
Exactly, because you're just surviving at 1 HP, and then the MF just needs to swing on you once. So I think that Badge Attack maybe could have mulliganed that White Flame, looked for the Saga Seeker, getting on that board a little bit earlier. Yeah, and sees the writing there.
To be honest, it was a pretty nutty start for Ghost Driver as well,
Yep.
with no 2-drop whatsoever, no 1-drop, of course. So the early damage, double Sculptor into double Protector, getting clean trades, it really made it, I think, very, very difficult. Whereas the last start from Scouts, you had the Cataclysm, you had ways to push through that damage with the Overwhelm, and because there was no interaction from Scouts, you just do what you want and play this, kind of very rich strategy that if there was any kind of single combat or anything, your game's over. But because there wasn't able to get the win, in this case, not really there. You were at the mercy of just a wide board strategy from the Scouts player.
Yeah, Scouts is an archetype that historically has punished decks for not having 1-drops and 2-drops. if you don't have that early game in your deck, the Scouts just really check you on that. And so now going into game number 2, we've got Ghoster Driver playing now the Shen Zed, but a very familiar opening in the hand regardless. And
a much better early game for Badge Attack in a game where it doesn't matter as much, because now looking at Ghost Driver's hand, he's thinking about going, engine mode, getting the plus HP unit down, waiting to get Sithri on the board eventually, sign in as well, and go for a much longer game, whereas you're going to be able to maybe control the current threats that are just going to be a Mountain Goat and a Saga Seeker. Nothing scarier in the hand right now for Badge Attack.
Mm-hmm. This is a very clean just pass from Ghoster Driver. You can even take the 3 damage from the Mountain Goat if you'd like, because having the Sculptor with the Broadwings, double Sculptor, go Greed. Ghoster Driver thinking about going Greed, right? You play the Sculptor here, then you've got double Broadwing the next round, and then you just have pure board control for the mid game.
It's worrying for me that I'm able to describe so many decks in Runeterra right now as degenerate. It just seems like 5 out of just half the decks that I spectate as a caster, I'm able to say degenerate, and no one would bat an eye at that being out of place as a word to describe the game plan, because these engines and the Broadwinds getting the buffs here,
Ghoster Driver so being hard to deal with. Tempted by the Zed. The double Broadwing is just too good. Look at these 2-mana Screeching Dragons, Panda.
And you're fine if there's a barrier. I mean, you don't really necessarily have to attack. You're just going to take things slow, wait until the sign-in, until the Sithri come online. You can just challenge the Fearsome blockers later on down the line as well, and just get that damage as well with Sithri on the board. So we'll see if all the combat tricks are going to favor Badge Attack, though. It does have a lot to work with in hand.
Doesn't want to risk it because the 3 attack units are available there with the Sharpsight. Wants to keep the Broadwings up to set up a much wider swing, probably again with the Zed, with the Sithria, with the Sign-In Thousand-Tailed. But
has a twin to keep anything alive at this point as well. Has the Sergeant especially is going to be very scary, having the 4 Demacia.
Mm-hmm. Previously, we saw Badge Attack just pop off with the Saga Seeker Yuumi Cataclysm combo, and we'll have to see with a bit of a slower start where you need to develop your board, versus using your spells on your faded units just to keep up with any potential pressure. We'll see if we can make up for that deficit to make this into a much larger threat. Having to account for twin disciplines in this matchup too means that some trades you normally would want to take just aren't available for you anymore.
I think
Ghost Driver very frustrated.
Would have loved to play both the Sergeant and the Zed, and playing for Demacia next turn would have been a blowout, but not quite enough mana to do that on this turn. Only 5 unit mana, of course, on turn 5. Does make a bit of sense.
Now this just really goes to show, right? Ghost Driver is hungry for this victory, because to have such a strong opening, such a great amount of cards for this point in the game you're about to head into, and still just want more, to say, no, I also want to throw Zed in and get in on this this double sculptor action.
Sharpsight here trying to get the kill, but then all of a sudden, Twin Disciplines coming out of the back pocket, +8 kills the Saga Seeker and allows the Petrified to survive unless a single combat is forced out here from Badge Attack.
Single combat offsets because of Formidable. So we get the kill and Saga Seeker is able to survive. But now we've got Zed. Or do we just go for Sign in Thousand Tailed? Cythria seems like a really good idea too. We've got, again, the Petricite Broadwing as a challenger. I think maybe Fleet Feather Tracker Zed could even be an idea. So you get 2 challengers versus Badge Attack, potentially unable to develop an even wider board against your swing. So that does seem to be the case. There's still 2 cards left in the hand. Badge Attack has a read that those perhaps aren't combat tricks. So we'll see. I honestly really do like the low commitment play here.
Mm-hmm. And because you're still at 16 HP, and because the biggest threat is just this Saga Seeker, which isn't necessarily going to win the game just yet, but all of a sudden, for Demacia here is huge. I mean, look at the amount of stats here. You get the pretty much guaranteed kill. The Aegis, the barrier is going to be the biggest thing here on the Saga Seeker. Trying to dissuade an attack, but at the very least, you can trade off. Yeah, I think you just go with everything. I mean, so much damage as well. And you're wide enough to where you have enough blockers next turn. Your opponent's not going wide and then winning that way. He's just going tall, so you're fine trading off units here.
Yeah, not offering up any good trades at all for the Saga Seeker.
Keeping the sculptures alive as well to get the plus health still going for the next few turns, if there are the next few turns, because 20 HP right now in the Nexus for Badge Attack, but all of a sudden it's going to become 5.
15 hitting the Nexus. We've got already the Petricite Broadwing alive. Fleet Feather Tracker is going to gain Challenger with the next unit development. Badge Attack has not scaled up this Saga Seeker enough for the Cataclysm to be a big enough threat here. Has he? 9 into this 6 HP is only dealing 3. The single combat was forced earlier to save the Saga Seeker from the Broadwing, so we don't have the cheeky ability to potentially remove that blocker and swing through with the full overwhelm damage. Every development for Badge Attack is so scary because of the threat of Golden Aegis. Just going to go for Sign in Thousand Tailed and wall out this attack even further, setting up for the lethal open swing. Ghoster Driver is going to clutch it here. Well, I don't even want to say clutch. He's been in the driver's seat the entire time. Is going to very cleanly close out game number 2 here in the winners finals by just getting the early scout curve and replicating that technology into this Shen Zed. No champions required.
Cataclysm going through, trying to push through as much damage as possible, but not quite enough mana, not quite enough buffs to make this a lethal swing. 6 HP on the Nexus. It is close, but I think not quite close enough. And this could be a big swing.
Single combat, concerted strike maybe, I think is enough. Guiding Touch could find something.
You have the rally, though. And I don't think you have to necessarily, open attack if you're Ghost Driver, and I has to consider, you know, what would I get punished for? Is it fine to develop Zed instead?
Guiding Touch, maybe into another Cataclysm. Pale Cascade, another Burst Draw, looking for it.
Finds a
Pantheon
instead.
Even if you get the lifesteal, he just gets pulled down to the bottom of the stack by the Fleet Feather Tracker.
And you have the rally available for Ghost Driver still as well, so I think this is going to be it. Depending on the keywords, though, no lifesteal.
And so now with Badge Attack spending all of the mana just to draw a few cards to get some more units, get some more options, Ghost Driver is able to fully develop and use their full potential here.
That was just a case of ordering here, but I think with this amount of units and a rally effect potentially as well, it's going to be GG. Ghost Driver will be taking the game 2, will be advancing to the grand finals, knocking Badge Attack down. So we said it would be quite a test for him to be able to do it, but it looks like he's going to be able to do it here with his, you know, dominant game 2, dominant game 1. Badge Attack just hasn't really had a chance to even contest for these games.
Yeah, the Sivir Demacia ban was correct, taking away that powerful comfort deck from Badge Attack, and then just getting that strong early game setup that is so important for these board-based matchups to just keep that victory going, playing very cautiously despite the dominant states.
And the Yuumi Pantheon just a bit underwhelming, I think. It could have been, obviously, there's these, if it all lines up and you have Cataclysm and your opponent doesn't have enough, you know, but in the game 1, you just had a pretty slow hand for what was a pretty, you know, fantastic hand from Ghost Driver playing Scout. And in this case, the opposite. Your hand was too low to the ground, too low mana for what was a much better long-term game plan we're seeing here with all the, you know, the Fort Demacia, the, you know, just the staggered threats coming down as well, with those 2 sculptures surviving the entire game. So it's just +2 health to every single unit you're playing. It's something that you can't really keep up with, I think, if you're not doing the same thing.
Yeah, the +2 HP on every unit is kind of turns every one of your cheap developments into a Mirai Warden or an Island Navigator in terms of like the extra value that each card is going to give you, right? Like we saw in that game with Badge Attack where that Petrosite Broadwing got played out with Shield of Durand and then just kept gobbling up units, and then we just saw it there. Not even just killing units necessarily, but just having a challenger that's tanky enough to survive for multiple rounds and keep dragging things to the side to get that damage on the Nexus. We are going to get a nice little preview, though, of
Scarzig
Gecko versus Broken Ball.
Are you seeing what I'm seeing? Is it possible to play Runeterra without Demacia in your decks? I wasn't sure about it. I was thinking, you know, can I actually play a deck without Demacia? Is it legal? But it seems to be the case.
Speaking of oddball decks, we've got post-nerf Ahri kennan still holding on with the Shadow Isles. Ginkgo Wayfinder pulls the Kennan.
I think holding on is definitely the right term. You know, you're at the edge of the cliff, just have a few fingers, still trying to keep it alive, but obviously it was a major hit in terms of only pulling out 1 unit. Only the true fans are still playing the deck. Everyone else is now playing, you know, Demacia apparently.
The biggest nerf for sure was the Ginkgo Wayfinder. We saw so many games where players were trying like these more aggressive board-based strategies to tempo out the Ahri kennan, but Ginkgo Wayfinder being able to have you develop such a wide board, 3 units for 1 card, 1 play, would just allow you to stabilize and buy so much time towards the late game, especially Godwill of Seedling on the Wayfinder. But now we've got double lecturing Yordle. Not lecturing Yordle, oh my goodness. Yordle Captain, pardon me. They both have such fantastic facial hair, I got them mixed up.
And Broken Ball is playing a deck that, you know, maybe is a bit more exciting than what we expected. Lulu Jinx. Jinx coming back into the mix of things. Obviously, this archetype has seen so many different champion combinations in terms of what can be played and what works alongside Lulu, depending on what you're trying to go for. But Jinx is one that got phased out pretty early on. When Bano City came out, there were just much better options. But in this case, finding a return here with Broken Ball.
it's just difficult because the Bandle City cards are refilling your hand and giving you more resources, so it becomes harder to clear your hand for the Jinx level up. Yordle Portal is such a powerful card, though, so I can definitely see it. There is the one main deck Electro Harpoon. Having that extra pseudo Mystic Shot is great for kind of keeping that snowball under control from other board-based lists, right? You snipe that Grandfather Fae, things of that nature, but here in the lower bracket, I guess it just hasn't really paid off as much. There is triple Augmented Experimenter in this deck, so there could still be a potential win condition for Jinx to come down and then just, you know, play a few rockets and find that lethal that way.
Gecko trying to push through damage here, but obviously there's a meat shield in the way there. Well, two meat shields actually, with both Yordle captains, making things a little bit more awkward. Obviously, we're going to expect probably a Twin Disciplines in hand to make sure that Ahri can push through damage and push through the trades.
Yeah, I wonder if Gecko is trying to bluff something here, but Broken Ball, when you have an elusive unit like this that you generated from the Poro Cannon, and it's just such a cheap development to get that 3/3, you're more than happy to force that.
Oof. Mystic Shot is massive here. Stops so many things. Gets the trade onto...
Yeah, we get to clear the Ahri. We stop the Dancing Droplet getting bounced for that card draw.
Ooh, and you have the recall as well. Not too bad, not too bad. Everything seems to go in favor there for Gecko in the end. That is 2 combat tricks being spent. That is obviously... You might have a much more difficult time having the same cycle efficiency with a deck now with the Wayfinder nerf, because you're not able to pull out the droplets so often. You have to really make the best out of the droplets you do have, and we just saw one die.
Mm-hmm. And even though the Godwillow Seedling is giving one more blocker to Gecko, we're still in potential for a very wide development here. Going to play the Jinx out. I was thinking that maybe Zonite Urchin discarding the Electro Harpoon set up for Yordle Portal might be the way to go, but Jinx getting double buffed by the Yordle Captains means that she's just a great development here. A 6/5 with Quick Attack, another wide swing coming through. Lulu can buff this Daring Poro even further to get some damage in. Guarantee that it can survive versus this Navori Conspirator potentially. And Broken Ball thinking about removing this blocker.
Mm-hmm.
Oh. And it is important here to keep the Zonite Urchin because you get to just discard whatever you draw in the next round to make sure your hand is emptied for Jinx.
And this is a massive swing. I mean, you have no blockers.
Yeah. Both players are just, again, Broken Ball has forced, by playing all of the mana available to them, has also forced Gecko to do the same. So we know that there's going to be no combat tricks here, just a beautiful wide swing coming through. The threat of Jinx now about to level up, and the winner of this game is trying to stay in the tournament for Game 3. There's a lot on the line for both of these players, and they both brought some very oddball lineups. So either one of these moving on to the next round would be very welcomed indeed. And what are those 2 cards in Gecko's hand? Got a Dancing Droplet, I think, that was recalled.
Mm-hmm.
And
Gecko has to really think about the blocks here. You can't even take the value block on the Lulu because he's taking so much damage. Otherwise, he might just die, and he has to maybe keep... I mean, I just don't see how Gecko's going to be able to do anything in this game. He's way too far behind. His opponent's still at 19 HP. There's an elusive blocker there anyway, so there's not even this cheeky elusive kill you can try and go for maybe.
Yeah, and we know that Lulu Jinx has been an archetype that has kind of gotten supplanted by just the general swarmy nature of Bandle City, where players aren't opting into like these synergies to enable it. But once you do get these engines online, we've seen how Lulu plus Flame Chompers can just completely snowball a game.
Like I said, you can't make use of is pretty unfortunate here. Can't try and go for any Jinx rocket shenanigans here. But you do have, damage for the opponent's Nexus, which is at 4 HP right now, which is definitely a good thing. I don't think you're going to be able to do much of anything with Ahri here.
Yeah, you're just trying to get your combo through. There's still one elusive blocker.
Yeah, you just take it.
By not assigning any blockers, you don't give the opportunity for like a Twin Disciplines or any shenanigans to come through. You're confident in the board state that you have set up currently. With the Jinx drawing you 2 more cards, you're able to play that Get Excited to deal 3 damage to the Nexus and just win with the Rocket as well. So,
and this already recalling everything means that there's no blockers next turn. So like, yeah, it looks good to me. Sure, recall all your blockers while I open attack you with 6 units that all have above 3 attack. It's looking pretty doomed here with only 4 HP on the Nexus for Gecko. You can replay units all you want, but it doesn't create.
It's okay. We're developing 0 mana droplet. We just need like Concussive Palm, Homecoming. It'll be fine. It'll be fine, Panda. Check it out.
Not too convinced, Scarzig.
All right, so yep, there's the blocks coming through. You got to stop it. You can go down to 1 HP, but we still got the Jinx leveled up. The double Yordle Captain, just in this matchup specifically, right? A deck that wants to kind of kick back, just chump block you down, deal damage with their elusive combos, allowing you to set up board states like this to really bully them is so important. And so we'll see what Gecko can do with 9 mana. Concussive Palm, double Concussive Palm. So now Gecko just has to pray that Broken Ball cannot empty their hand this round.
But that's not the case.
Sawdite Urchin to get the Flame Chompers out of the hand and then Get Excited onto the Nexus will also generate the Super Mega Death Rocket, a win condition we have not seen in a very long time.
No denying, no notify, no way to stop this either, so the damage will be going through. All the poor units that were sacrificed that didn't have space on the board, that's 1 Flame Chompers and 2 of the little Jury Rig boys, just evaporated. But the win is the win. Broken Ball takes the game 3 and advances to the next round of the losers. Semis coming up. This was just a bonus round we had off of the end of the winners finals ending a bit early. But we're going to check out the bracket to see exactly what things look like right now. Ghost Driver, of course, going to be waiting in the grand finals. Badge Attack in the losers finals. And now it will be Broken Ball against the winner of Gouda and Aaron, which I believe
Gouda did pick up that win. So it's going to be Broken Ball versus Gouda, still both hanging in there. And the winner of that next set will be the one to try to take on Badge Attack for a shot at Ghoster Driver and that Fight Night win.
We are now halfway through the tournament, so we're going to go to a bit of a longer break, 5 minutes now, let players reset mentally and get ready for what is going to be the crucial stages of this tournament. Top 4 has been guaranteed, but now we have to find out who's going to be in, the 2 players invited for next week and who is going to be the champion, and is there going to be a bracket reset or not? Stay tuned, we'll find out very soon.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Fight Night Legends EU. We're now at the part of the broadcast where we have to sort out the lower bracket and see who gets to join Ghoster Driver in the grand finals.
And it will be Gouda versus Broken Ball coming right up. Broken Ball, a player that is a big promoter of many different decks ideas. He claims to be a creator as well. We're going to need some evidence on those claims, but definitely someone that is able to promote strategies that aren't so well known and make them more popular and make them kind of more widespread, as we're seeing with Tristana now, for example. He's a player that wrote a guide on Runeterra CCG a few weeks ago when it first started becoming popular, possibly created the deck. Who is to know, though? Who is to know?
The early prototype was definitely there. I'll give the credit to Broken Ball. And there's the innovators, and then there's the people who like hone the deck and really find out like what the key cards are supposed to be. Meanwhile, going up against Gouda from Morocco, a player who put that region on the map the same way Broken Ball really made Italy into, I think, a well-known region in the EU scene in the early days. And now these two players going toe-to-toe is really a sight to see. I'm really surprised that Broken Ball didn't bring Zillion, because I've really been enjoying that deck lately in the metagame. But Gouda has been doing quite well with his list. Just the Demacia mid-range really just benefiting the players that have those clean fundamentals. And when we get into this high level play for Fight Night, we're starting to see some really interesting bluffs start to take place.
And thankfully for us, actually, not that much Demacia. We're going to see, for example, Bandle Tree being brought by Broken Ball, a deck that we haven't seen yet today. We're going to see, I guess it does have Demacia to some extent when you play out that one unit. But I think we'll survive. We'll survive without that one unit giving us too much PTSD. But at least one of the decks here, no Demacia, no real rally effects. Of course, it is Bandle City. I'm not sure if that makes things any better, but it will be. I think that we've been seeing a lot in the past few months. Of course, had a huge splash when it first came into the meta around Worlds, even for the Worlds qualifiers and Worlds itself. It was a big part of the tournament meta in that case, and still doing a lot of the same things and still capitalizing on a lot of the same problems that there are not really those super clean ways to deal with landmarks for the most part, aside from Scorched Earth. So it allows for this very stally game plan where you can just play out all these units that give you more units or give you more value or just do Bandle City things until you have the landmark ready to go. Against rally decks, it might have a hard time though, because there are going to be cases where you're able to chump block and stall out those, one attack per every 2 turns, let's say. But all of a sudden, when someone speeds up the process and puts down a rally effect and you trade out your entire board, all of a sudden you're going to maybe be dying. So it is a deck that has its weaknesses, and especially in this tournament meta that we've seen today, it can have its problems.
Yeah, Bandle Tree has been relegated to like tournament only tier, where it's meant to punish certain decks, certain lineups, certain holes in the overall competitive metagame. But you said it exactly. Decks that have those better stats on board and combat tricks that can maintain that dominance don't care that you're able to slowly redevelop when they're just threatening to end the game. Broken Ball did want to let us know that this deck was a little bit of a mistake on his part submitting it. I think he wanted to bring a different deck altogether, but we can see a slight inefficiency with the Grumble Slugs and the Fizz doubling down on the Bilgewater, not having that Kennan in the 1 mana slot for the Ionia. It's going to harken back to the older styles of Bandle Tree right before Kennan was added to the game, where you're relying on Bandle Commando to give you Hungry Owlcat to get that Ionia. So a little bit of a cheeky idea here, still playing into the past of the deck. And only 2 copies of Ravenous Flock.
Another deck we want to definitely check out in Lulu Jinx. We just saw it in action at the very tail end of that series in the loser bracket round 2. But in this case, the deck that we talked about, Lulu has seen all kinds of different companions in this same strategy. It started off with Jinx. It kind of got the ball rolling quite a few patches ago when Lulu got the initial buff, and I believe a few more cards got a buff, and then all of a sudden everyone was like, hey, let's try this out. It did get some traction. Even in tournaments, it was a deck that performed well, had some interesting matchup tables or matchup spreads, but has quickly become more and more refined with different, we saw Zed with Lulu for a bit. We saw Poppy, we saw Gnar, we saw, a lot of different champions that were able to fill in that same slot. And this case now making a return back to Jinx. And back to what is going to be a very different version of this deck with maybe a bit more burn as well.
Yeah, a lot of the modern decks we've seen are just relying on board-based dominance and rallying to get the job done. But now this is more of the classic style of how these sorts of sort of tempo decks really wanted to play out, where they have like this really strong early mid game spike and then can pivot to burn to close out. And I think that this deck can lean very heavily into one strategy or the other depending on how draws go. We saw the massive potential of the double Yordle Captain development, and we know that Lulu plus Flame Chompers really seals the deal on a lot of matchups.
Going now into this pick and ban phase, we're going to see what exactly Broken Ball wants to ban here. Broken Ball has not any Demacia decks. No Demacia in his lineup at all, so truly a savior of the people. I was joking before, he was not maybe a creator, he was more of a deck promoter, but now, Broken Ball, I'll give it to you. You've created every deck in the game. You are an absolute beast in the deck builder, and great to see you not bringing any Demacia to the tournament today. On the other side, Gouda's bringing the same lineup we've been seeing all day long. Scouts, Akshan, Sivir, and Tristana.
Good old board-based triple down on that Demacia. Combat Trick region good, but...
Can you imagine how Broken Ball feels having to ban the deck he created, his own little baby, having to just ban it from playing out here in this wonderful tournament? That's how I felt with Shellfolk once I made the terrible mistake of releasing that beast into the wild for like a week or two on ladder. I'm like, no thanks. I'm gonna take a nap.
I've done that a couple times too. Like, I do not want to see this deck. This better not get popular. Do not tell the people what you have seen today.
That's when you're truly confident as a deck builder. We have to weigh the benefits and the losses of actually sharing a deck before you've played enough of it and you don't want to face it on ladder. I asked the son, I'd like take a few more days. I'll give it to him later.
And but anyway, to get into game one, we've got Sivir versus the Lulu Jinx. We've got Lulu, Boom Baboon, Flame Chompers. Second Lulu being considered here by Broken Ball just as a backup plan. If this first one gets taken down by a Petricite Broadwing or something plus a buff or a Cataclysm, you want that to back you up, but wants to be more diverse than that.
We need to have some discard synergies, and we have it now. You ask and you shall receive. Poro Cannon comes at the hand, able to activate the Flame Chompers and really all the key
doesn't want the
cards
one damage
of the setup that you're going to want with this deck, with the Lulu, with the Boom Baboon and the Flame Chompers to start things off right away.
Yep, just chillaxing. Doesn't want to tip the hand too much.
Oh, it's just all the cards you need. What more do you want? If you have like 12 copies of Lulu, 12 copies of Poro Cannon, 12 copies of Boom Baboon, you have a deck. That's all you need.
Yep. And it does make a lot of sense to give up on the 1 damage in round 1 because you now get the surprise potential, right, of being able to burst speed summon this Flame Chompers alongside the Lulu. And now Gouda is very scared to develop here. With the Boom Baboon being played, the Flame Chompers is there in the hand. And if Gouda doesn't develop, I wonder if Broken Ball will pass again or take the free 6 damage.
Merciless Hunter, see you later. Flame Chompers coming down, Poro Cannon activates, the swing comes in, and the trade occurs with 6 damage connecting regardless. So, I mean, really, it's a great start for Broken Ball, really showing the strengths of this deck. This is exactly what it wants to do and exactly how it wants to do it.
Yep. And it's good, too, playing the Merciless Hunter there, something with 4 attack that's going to trade into the Flame Chomper 1 for 1. The permanent vulnerable now on the Lulu means that you can potentially just answer it later. This is not a Demacia deck. They can't protect this Lulu, so now we've got a 3-3 taking down this big threat. And in exchange, you're going to take 8 damage on this open attack.
If only we had that second Lulu that he mulliganed, that would be a game over because things would get more and more out of hand now. The Yordle Captain.
Broken Ball is going ham here. Triple Yordle Captain gonna get +3/+3 on these Daring Pros and his Flame Choppers. It's all over.
Anything comes down, dice.
I gotta steal it from chat here. Card Gamer says this hand is unethical, and I have to agree. This is actually a crime.
It's looking so scary, and you think it's over. Next thing you know, another Poro Cannon, another Flame Chompers, the Merciless Hunter gets taken out of the way, and it's just really getting out of control here.
This is why the people that are always telling you that Lulu Jinx is good, that you play 1 or 2 games like this, and then you just get addicted to the deck. It's like when I used to tell everybody that Xenotype Researcher was good. It's because big green number is what Runeterra players secretly want.
You didn't go for the jury rig here, just playing it out from hand for 1 mana. Going for the biggest swing possible at this point. And also playing the Flame Chompers with the Poro Cannon, with the buffs on both from the Yordle captains here. And yeah, I think you have to play Waking Sands here. You have to dissuade potential attack here, and this might make Broken Ball take things a little bit slower, but maybe not. Maybe you just drag it with the Flame Chompers and just keep going.
That could be the way to go. Drag that 5-2, sacrifice the Flame Chompers, get another wide swing. You have good trades down the line against most everything else. Even if the Boom Baboon goes down, you've got your Yordle captains popping off. Burst speed summoning another 3/3. Oh my goodness. And once again, this deck has burn in it. So now the stage has been set for a top deck get excited, a Jinx. There's Mystic shots in this bad boy.
And Gouda has, of course, no healing whatsoever. So the drum rolls begin now on every single top deck, waiting for the get excited to come in. Not quite what we wanted there, but still you have a chance to just, again, flood the board with another Yordle Captain and 2 more Poros. And for 7 mana, I don't think Gouda's going to be able to control this board at all, much less try and think about his own game plan with his opponent still at 20 HP.
And the Yordle Captains buff each other. Nice mustache. Thank you very much. I like yours as well. They are now 5/5s. And
yeah, the game's over. Let's not try
and
pretend it isn't.
We've covered everything, chat. We've speed ran this cast where we've already casted the end of the game before the players have finished it.
1 more mustache. The mustache counter continues going up, and the surrender comes through. Broken Ball takes game 1 with what was, I think, the nuttiest hand we've seen in the tournament until now. Sometimes, like Scarzig said, everything lines up. Your deck does exactly what it wants to do at the exact pace it wants to do, and your opponent has no answer to anything you're doing, and you win those games. Other times, you don't draw, your Lulu. You're playing a Flame Tower by itself for 0 attack, and things don't go that well, and it does feel bad. So sometimes you have to find kind of the middle ground. But in that case, Broken Ball very happy to high roll essentially what was a very, very aggressive starting game 1.
Having the early swarm potential of classic discard, but having that mid-game stabilization thanks to the Yordle Captain, something that already has decent stats, but then allows you to continuously develop beyond that to have those big swings is just massive for the archetype, and I'm starting to believe. But now Broken Ball has to try to find the second win with Bandle Tree.
Protoporo to start things off, possibly 2 damage connecting here, and that will be the case. No blocker on Gouda's side. You have a good hand for Poppy Synergy. You have the House Spider as well, and you have a chance to maybe not block if Akshan is played here like he is expected to on turn 2 for the Akshan Sphere player.
Yep, just going to keep a wider board. This version of Bandle Tree does have 2 copies of Yordles and Arms in it, so this one is actually adopting a much more aggressive idea. Bandle Tree, despite the inevitability-based win condition of that landmark, does still have this undercurrent of wide development, aggressive play that Broken Ball has chosen to lean into here.
And there's the green light to take down this Akshan. No sharp sight possibilities. Merciless Hunter coming down and leaving only 1 mana up. And now could be a full swing. Could just be the House Spider here being committed to the attack.
Very interesting to take down the Akshan and not the Merciless Hunter, because this deck can't deal with Fearsome very well. This is going to translate to perhaps a lot more damage over the course of the game than Broken Ball might be accounting for.
But a board-based race is not really something Gouda's going to win with the current board, and Poppy coming down the next turn. It's going to be a lot scarier for Gouda to have to worry about. He's going to have to trade this Merciless Hunter.
Equinox.
Into
okay,
anything.
Never mind. All is forgiven, Broken Ball.
This will be the Poppy coming down next turn, buffing the entirety of this board.
The Yordles and Arms is online.
Oof, yeah, also a possibility.
4 regions exactly developed here. 5 actually now with Targon. Poppy is a bit more of a stable idea. if you play the Poppy or the Yordles and Arms, you give them the chance to develop the Waking Sands.
I think this is fine as well, because with your own arms, you kind of make it so all these trades are in your favor anyway.
Yeah.
And that means that Poppy's going to get the value next turn, whereas the other way around, it's not really the case. Poppy is going to die by trade here. Most of these are still going to be tradable with whatever's played. So I think this might be the better play. And you're just getting the most value from this right now when there's 2 unblocked units, essentially.
Yeah, and I just want to take a quick look at Gouda's deck. It's most likely going to be very similar to Badge Attacks, probably with not as much of a toolboxy feel to it. But yeah, there's only one single combat in this list, no Cataclysm, 2 Concerted Strike. So not as much direct interaction.
For a on the Nexus already.
And the impact.
And again, this is not even the main win con of this deck. The main win con is still a Battle Tree. So this is all about not just creating so much pressure.
Yeah, and we're halfway there.
Down the Nexus.
Round 5, halfway there. We only need, again, Demacia, Freljord, Ionia, the 3 hardest regions to get. Already 2 out of 3 available for Broken Ball. Gouda thinking a little bit about one more potential combat trick here.
Has a at least trade to deny the impact maybe for the next turn, but still obviously not looking great here for Gouda. With no board.
Really wasn't confident in this deck, but in this particular matchup, having such a strong high roll in the first game and then having a wide swarm versus this mid-range idea that wants to just play, use combat tricks to just develop slowly, get those 1-for-1 ideas, it doesn't matter, because Broken Ball has made this very heavy life lead for himself that now you can just take the 5 damage from the Sivir. You can get the Golden Aegis and take 10 damage from Sivir. The Broadwing's not going to do enough. Equinox off of Telescope to counter. Is that going to be a scoop? And so this is just going to be a 0-3. So it seems that we are losing Panda a little bit. I did have some problems with my audio on a couple fight nights ago, so we're going to get that sorted out. And but yeah, Poppy comes down. This is going to be another wide swing. Impact damage still off the Protoporo. We've got Mini Morph as well. So overall, Broken Ball definitely has this game 2 in the bag. There's just not enough pressure or interaction from Gouda to take this board back, unfortunately, from this wide aggression. And so then here's just the clean open attack. And despite all of this aggressive development, right here at the end of the game, Broken Ball was actually at 7 out of 10 for the Bandle Tree. So if there is some way, with like a judgment tech to like wipe this board, Broken Ball could very easily pivot. But that is certainly not the case. A very quick 2-0 for Broken Ball. But like I said, we're getting ImpetuousPanda sorted out. We're going to bring him back from the Shadow Realm shortly. But what a quick series from Broken Ball. I think that Lulu Jinx, we saw the potential of that deck to just high roll. And every deck kind of has that that sort of vibe, right? Where we have the potential to just snowball. If you draw like the perfect hand, the damage that you can do to your opponent, and it's a matter of how good your middling draw quality really is, because Scouts had that reputation for itself for a while. But with that all being said, we are going to move to a quick break now to find out our next match, but we'll be back in just 5 minutes, so stay tuned, everybody. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Fight Night Legends EU. I want to thank you so much for your patience while we had that technical difficulty, and we have recovered Panda from the abyss. He looks a little different, but trust me, it's still the same Panda you know and love.
Definitely me, ImpetuousPanda, the same as always. I know my appearance and voice sound different, but pay no attention to that as we're back here. Fight Night EU,
it's the
definitely.
Casting. The casting spirit is still there. And speaking of which, the next game we're going to be jumping into is the lower bracket finals. Broken Ball versus Batch Attack. Now, both of these players have won, bringing the now popular Demacia build, but Broken Ball has shown us a different side of the tournament metagame and is still trying to fight to stay alive in this tournament.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely interesting to see these little iterations on decks. I mean, we have a kind of solidified meta a few weeks into the newest set, but there's still iterations to be had, still different choices to be made, and a lot of it's really interesting, especially when you look at the tournament lineups where you can really take different directions and be, you know, more tailored or have these tech choices, and it's really, really exciting to see that from the casting perspective.
Yeah, the as far as tech choices go in terms of micro decisions within the build of the deck, Badge Attack has that on lock with his classic Silver Demacia. And when it comes to overall flexible construction, taking advantage of a wider idea of the metagame, that's where Broken Ball has shown up. And the final deck of his that we haven't looked at yet is this Lee Sin list. It's running Yuumi as well, to have that extra idea to play into the Wounded White Flame, have that scaling threat with the Zoe to find those win conditions. Even using Lee Solari Priestess, which is a tech that jumps in and out of these Lee Sin builds from time to time.
Yeah, the Yuumi is really interesting because I think at first glance, it kind of feels like trash. To me, at least, like it feels that way, but it makes a lot of sense. You know, as someone who has played a decent amount of Lee Sin before, like when you don't have Lee, the games with Lee and, you know, having all the answers, those are pretty simple, right? Like the deck is not that hard to pilot when you have all the answers and you have Zenith Blade and Lee Sin and it's all leveled up. It's the games where you don't necessarily have Lee Sin, or your Lee Sins get killed, or you're not able to fight over it enough, and having that extra win con of Yuumi, because, I mean, really, it can turn any of your other threats into wins, or into win cons. Wounded White Flame, of course, being the premier choice, but even like a Zoe or just an Eye of the Dragon with a Yuumi on it can get there in the late game in a way that, you know, an Eye of the Dragon with just a Zenith Blade, it's going to be a lot harder to do that. But if you have the Yuumi, you sort of have a make anything a win con type of threat. It's pretty great.
Yeah, we've seen so many Lee Sin players put the Zenith Blade on the Eye of the Dragon just to give that extra HP, keep it alive. We're even seeing a sort of a doubling down on that potential win condition with an inclusion of Shield Vault, the ability to proc Faded, stun a unit, set up a wider swing. Very interesting idea indeed. And just opening up the possibilities, right, for this archetype that's kind of been set in stone for a long time. Only 2 to 3 cards changing here and there depending on subtle fluctuations in the meta, but opening up a new avenue with the Yuumi is going to be something I'm looking forward to seeing how it performs. So far, we've only seen Broken Ball on the Lulu Jinx, which just really popped off in the last set, and Badge Attack on the triple Demacia lineup, going for that mid-range dominance. But I just got word we're finally jumping into the pick and bans. I know that over the course of that technical difficulty break extension, the players have been really itching to start, but that just gave them more time to think about their matchups and their potential ban.
Ooh, yeah, we've got the Lulu Jinx. We've got, I'm assuming that's a tree in the middle.
In the middle, that one is, yes, for Broken Ball, he is running Bandle Tree.
Yep, and there's the Lee Sin. I mean, really, the thing about Lee Sin, we saw some very much anti-Lee Sin lineups in the last season, but the thing is that there's a reason that there's an anti-Lee Sin lineup, is that it's a very, very strong deck. And if you don't have an anti-Lee Sin lineup, a lot of times you just don't want to deal with it because it can beat a lot unless you're really aggressive or have a threat that they can't interact with, like the Bandle Tree or Star Shaping. Or not Star Shaping, but TK Raka. It's really hard to actually deal with Lee Sin.
And Badge Attack just doesn't want to deal with it at all. We saw Badge Attack earlier in the broadcast leaving Scouts open, a deck that's also infamous for being able to just beat you down if you aren't massively favored or jump out ahead of it, but doesn't want to deal with Lee Sin. And you can tell how much he respects that list, especially the double deny variant, stopping a lot of the Golden Aegis and rallies that Badge Attack wants to rely on. But now we get to see Broken Ball's Lulu deck has the Boom Baboon on turn 2 into the Lulu, into the Yordle Captain. The curve is looking feisty. Badge Attack has Akshan on round 2, so both players off to a potentially very powerful start.
Yeah, even has the Augmented Experimenter to refill, so Broken Ball can kind of play a bit with Reckless Abandon, you know, using the resources, filling up the board, not really caring if you're necessarily taking inefficient trades or maybe just taking some bad trades to push a little bit of damage or get board control. It's all fine. It all gets refilled with Augmented Experimenter for a huge tempo swing.
We also see Badge Attack taking it calm here. Floats the mana, wants to catch something up with the Merciless Hunter. If nothing's developed and the round ends, you still get to keep your mana available for combat tricks.
Yeah, that's a really heads-up play from Broken Ball, not wanting to... There's a couple things to think about, right? Broken Ball could develop on that last turn, but then, of course, as you mentioned, gets punished by Merciless Hunter. Also, you know, there's benefit there if you wait until turn 4 because of the Yordle Captain. You get more value by waiting.
Yep, you get the Yordle Captain down now. Even if Lulu goes down, the Yordle Captain is going to give you that continuous value and development. If a Poro Cannon is the next top deck for Broken Ball, it's going to be obscene. And Yordle Portal, also we see in the far left of the hand, is a card I really want to see pop off. I think it's a very strong card, and this might be the proper home for it.
Yeah, and I mean, it's a card I definitely have seen before, and I definitely know what it means. But just in case chat doesn't know what the card does, Scarzig,
oh, pardon me. Yordle Portal, you get to discard a card from your hand, and then you manifest a Yordle follower that costs 3 or less, and it is summoned at burst speed.
Ooh.
Trevor Snoozebottom is also in that pool, by the way.
That... I mean, again, a card I've definitely, you know, seen before and am not learning about as we speak. But that is actually really quite strong. We rarely see the burst speed unit development like that axis actually taken in LOR because it is very, very strong.
And now we have this, again, this wide board advantage. Scrap Heap into the Mecha Forcer. Also boosted by the Yordle Captain. This gives +2/+2 and Spell Shield. Yordle Portal, here it comes.
Wow. Yeah, this is going to be a huge attack. What did we get?
Wizard.
Wow.
You're a wizard. Wide swing, 6v4. Buffed on the Flame Chompers. Guarantees it's going to survive. This deck... There's so many cards that are similar enough to Lulu that if she doesn't get drawn or she doesn't stay alive, you're still able to bully your opponent like this.
Yeah, when having champions that are linchpins of the deck, you know, like a Lee Sin deck, those are great, those are fun. But when you have a champion that's not necessarily, like, it's a good option, but it's not necessarily a linchpin to the deck, and the other followers in your deck allow you to really create redundancy for when you don't draw those champions, it just feels good. It feels like a more cohesive deck in a lot of ways.
Ooh, Badge Attack struggling to think, do I save the Vakuran Bruiser? Do I save Akshan? Decides on Akshan.
Okay.
He's going to level up next round with the Warlord's Palace ticking down. We still get the lucky find from the Bruiser to put on him. I think this is the correct call.
Yep.
Hello, hello. Test, test, test.
And we've got Panda back in the mix. I hope you can hear him, chat. We've got a Forbidden Try cast about to happen.
This was all a very elaborate scheme for us to finally cast with Blevins. We didn't know how to do it.
Wait, I thought I was Panda. Wait, who's... No, Scarzig. He's the fake one. Shoot him.
Imposter syndrome 1 minute into the TriCast. This is not going well. It is quite an opportunity, though. Thank you, Blevins, for coming in and stepping in. I'm not sure what happened with my internet. It just decided to poof into, you know, somewhere for 20 minutes and then come back magically.
I mean, Demacia heard you hating. They sent the Maid Seekers after you.
I deserve that one, I think, maybe. I deserve, you know, a 20-minute timeout.
But now we do have the Akshan with Spell Shield, so safe from the Augmented Experimenter, safe from the Mystic shots and the Get Excited. He's going to stay alive and keep things cooking. Now with the Predict draw, we have Sivir in the back line, and Augmented Experimenter needs to find a Jinx here in order for Broken Ball to pivot to the burn game plan and close out before things get dire.
And the top decks are going to matter so much at trying to refuel Broken Ball's game plan because this is all he has. Obviously, we know Sivir and Akshan with the Horde and the Palace are able to constantly just refuel and get more value over time and still have a game plan. But with Broken Ball's deck, it's your opponent's still at 13 HP. You haven't been able to have that pressure in the mid game where you just end the game. You get into this part of the game where if you don't have Jinx, you might be in a bit of trouble.
So Badge Attack taking the risk here. Swings in on that 4-3. The suit up not going to be put down to try to save it. Both players having to take a risk, but also very respectful at the same time.
How long has it been, Blevin, since you've seen Lulu Jinx in action? Because for us, it was at least a few months.
It's been a while. I mean, we've seen these like Lulu Flame Chompers lists, but it hasn't been Jinx.
Everyone but
Jinx.
Jinx.
Not seen Jinx a lot.
a cast of like 10 different champions, but not exactly Jinx since the recent releases.
And she's still good. I mean, like she still does the thing that she's always done, and that thing is still quite powerful, right? You know, you have that late game threat. It turns your very aggressive, card-hungry openers into something that gives you more card advantage and also just creates the super mega death rockets, which are very hard to deal with just in general.
And the Golden Aegis now with Badge Attack trying to save the Sivir, trying to go for this keyword share. There is the Warlord's Horde about to pop. We've got the Absolver in hand, so it's super important to keep her alive, but a lot of damage now coming through onto the Nexus, and Broken Ball still looking for that Jinx and a couple more Get Exciteds to close out.
This is the case with Flame Chompers when you don't have a Lulu. All of a sudden, they're just there to drag units out of the way, but not really trade, not really do anything to explosive. So you're just trying to push the damage you can now before the open attack comes in, so there aren't that many units for Sivir to buff up. But it's going to be a close one. The suit up might do something here to trade with the auction at the very least.
Yeah, I do like that play. It's all of your remaining mana. You don't have anything else to play. Maybe you want to keep floating that, threatening to Get Excited versus something. But Sivir and Akshan both have Spell Shield, so there's no way for Broken Ball to meaningfully interact with these champions now.
I like it on this, on the Akshan. You could go risky and try and go for the Sivir kill, but again, with 3 mana, any combat trick, and you get the +1 health on Sivir and she doesn't die to the trade, then you're in trouble. So I like the safer route of going for the kill on the Akshan instead. Now with only Sivir on the board.
But Badge Attack doesn't swing back in. He used the Golden Aegis just for a barrier there, but passes, misses out on an opportunity to deal 6 damage.
That might have been important and one more unit out of the way. You wouldn't have pushed any damage though, so at the end of the day, if you're just going for the Absolver kill, it's not going to matter too much more.
We have the Absolver's Resurrection that can bring Akshan back, but it's just going to draw 2 with Font of Power.
So I'm thinking here about why would you not do that, and the reason it
was just a mistake. It was a mistake. You could see. Okay. I think you can see from his flustered look that he just forgot. And it happens sometimes when you rally and so much happens on your opponent's side after you do rally, you kind of forget that you rallied on your opponent's turn as well. I've seen it happen a few times before, and it always is a bit sad to watch the player realize what just happened. But that was the case for Badge Attack.
Well, I mean, for me, it's the opposite, where my opponent rallies on my attack token, and then I'm like, haha, I'll just defend against your rally. And then I go, oh, wait, they're going to attack me again the next round.
It's definitely something I've never done, and I've never once forgotten that. It's only, things I've observed.
Well, I don't rally, so it's not a problem with me.
And so this is very important. Broken Ball does still need to block, and this gives Badge Attack a chance to figure out where to put the second half of the Absolver down before getting this keyword share ready to go.
I mean, the overall damage goes through all throughout, but there's enough blockers here to mitigate most of the damage, and there isn't a chance to replay anything here, so it's not going to really matter too much where it goes. There's not going to be lethal presented as far as I'm seeing here.
Yeah, you can just put the buff onto the Vagabond, kill the Yordle Captain. We've got Ricochet post-combat to maybe clear the board even further. And then Broken Ball is really praying for Jinx to get that final rocket. But then there's the one of negate in the hand for Badge Attack. So I think he's got all his bases covered here.
I think the Ricochet might get the kill, actually. You're going to get 7 damage off, with the Sivir, some damage with the Sandstone Charger as well. The rest aren't going to get there because they're not even getting the kills there. But now with only 3 damage needed on the Nexus, it's a little bit iffy. If you're not getting the Nexus kill, you're getting a lot of unit kills, so it's also good because you're saving your own.
There's
your
no
own
bad outcomes here, I don't think.
We'll find out. There we go.
Yeah, that's pretty.
Could be worse.
Yeah.
Oh wait, the open attack
still being presented
with the flame chopper. Let's go.
That's
Just
it?
pull it to the side and
There's nothing you can do.
Wow.
Not like this. And the jury rig.
Just in case, the
Little
style
bit of
points.
extra mental damage.
Wow.
1 HP.
And that's gonna be the win there. And we have a tri-camera as well. I'm frozen. Oh, I'm back.
Big
My
shout out
internet's
to
doing-
Sparkling Iced Tea for whipping this one up.
Yeah, I was sweating with my phone trying to connect the internet. I restarted my PC and my router like 7 times each. I guess 7th time is a charm because apparently it's working once again. Didn't miss on too much. That was just game 1, thankfully.
But again, Badge Attack didn't attack on that last rally. That would have been either 6 damage to the Nexus or 1 less unit in play.
True. Wow.
That's how it works. When you misplay, the game always makes sure that misplay is the game losing one if you end up happening. It's always going to be consequential for the most part.
Yeah, there was potential as well. If you go for like Absolver's Resurrection, you get like I don't think there was another Sivir in the pool. You would have gotten Akshan back. I don't know. But now we have Broken Ball trying to close out this lower bracket finals with Bandle Tree. His build has 2 copies of Yorls and Arms going in on the aggressive swarm idea rather than that passive region win condition.
Already a very good start. 2 different regions already set up. You have the house player to provide chump blockers. You have essentially 4 regions already set up. Poppy there to again capitalize off the swarmy start. Have a 5th region online already. And just setting things up for what is going to be a slow start for Badge Attack. No champions means there's a much...
Ooh, Equinox off the telescope.
Devastating.
Not like this. You played a 2-mana 0/3.
Get
and that's
scoped.
And the board is clogged up now already. Sivir is going to come in and try and accelerate things a little bit, but already you're facing off a 5-unit board with Poppy on the attack token on turn 4. And Bandle Tree's in hand. So you have the aggressive slant to make your opponent worry about the current board, and then just in case, after everything is said and done, you have Bandle Tree to try and close the game out if you don't do it just through aggression.
So we have the, just defense coming through, right? Just trying to chump down the board. We've got Sivir now coming on to round 5 with the attack token. It's a pretty safe swing. But now Broken Ball, after not feeling a lot of pressure, can just play the Bandle Tree here.
What's next? What's next off the telescope?
It goes for Telescope instead. You can just get more regions online, I suppose.
Finds the Moonsilver. So you can essentially play possibly the Bandle Tree earlier and for less of a tempo cost. So I do like that. And still Poppy once again going to be a thing coming up next turn. Or the Poppy, yeah. The Poppy especially. You can bring her out now this turn and just go for the open attack.
With Moonsilver!
Badge Attack thoroughly confused.
The Loping Telescope has been...
How in the world was there Moonsilver? What? Oh, Telescope. That was exactly what his face was.
I have that same reaction every time where I always go, Moonsilver? And then, like we saw earlier in the broadcast, Loping Telescope pulled Howling Abyss. This card has just been annihilating games today. But despite everything, we have a Sivir in play. We have a rally. We can maybe punch through here with the right top decks in the next 2 to 3 rounds.
If he gets some cheap units off of the Bandle Tree, though, with Telescope able to maybe high roll something that he hasn't already played.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Burblefish is huge. If you're able to discount a little bit more, you have the Flock possibility on both the Petricide and the Sivir.
And then Bomber Twins draw is going to give you Shurima.
And who knows what spell you can get from Burblefish? Maybe something that somehow accelerates the next region that's missing.
Ravenous Flock, because Sivir is damaged. So now she's available to get hit with Mini Morph. Just chump block her down for now. Just tenderizing the Sivir, popping that spell shield, waiting. And telescope number 3. This is a 1080 no scope now.
Sky's Descent, I think, is not a possibility. You've already played targeting with Trickster, but at least you have maybe a more of a elusive threat. There is only 10 HP on the Nexus, so you do actually have kind of a two-pronged attack with both the Battle Tree and the actual Nexus HP being a potential win condition and just going wide potentially.
So knowing that Broken Ball has just been playing like a protagonist this entire time, he definitely got Hexplosive Minefield off that Bomber Twins. Yeah, again, just Badge Attack trying to just attack and bully as much as possible to narrow down this board.
Without the spell shield, it's just you're baiting, you're hoping your opponent goes for these Absolver combos, and then just to have the Mini Morph shut it down.
Second Mini Morph also drawn. This is going to take care of Vakurin Bruiser. Radiant Guardian is also in Badge Attack's list. Gets scooped up by that. Purple Berry Shake grabbed off of the Burblefish. Von Yip off of Bandle. No! How many 1-drops are in this deck?
There's a rally effect. You don't have mana for Mini Morph, so maybe Broken Ball playing this a bit too loose. Giving some openings for Sivir to get a lot of value, but you still have a lot of chump blockers and not really a great supporting cast here, but the Absolver's still available. 2
Absolvers. We can go attack here, pump Sivir to 10 with Overwhelm, and then do the same thing next turn. This might actually just be over.
Yeah. I think Broken Ball played it a bit too loose. He had to keep Mini Morph open at all times, or Mini Morph last turn when he had the chance to, instead of just chump blocking endlessly. Because you have
got baited. Mad with power. You can even attack with the Broadwing because you can boost it with the Absolver.
True.
I think you just take... No, you can't take the hit.
Yeah, so Sivir's not leveled up just yet, is she?
She is.
That is, yeah, I can't
this is the problem, the trouble.
Okay.
You're down to 6.
Okay.
Yeah, she did level up. That's right. Yeah, it's all running together. So bop, 6 HP into an open attack with the other Absolver, and Broken Ball just needs to play Mini Morph versus that, and then he lives against the open attack.
Yeah, I'm wondering if there's a line. 6 is, I think, just not low enough. Shield the Durand.
Shield is damage on the Petra side if it's not blocked.
No, it's silenced.
Oh,
so
true. No keywords whatsoever, no text whatsoever. The text has been erased.
Yeah, so Broken Ball does still live.
I still think he had the chance to stall things out much more and have Mini Morph open at all times.
So you block Sivir because that's 6 damage, and then you block the Treasure Seeker, and so then you do both halves of Resolver on the Petristrite Broadwing to deal 4. And can you make something happen with maybe a Ricochet?
Is Broken Ball getting the win with Tree this turn is the question.
No. He's at 7 out of 10 right now.
Okay.
He's missing Ionia. Did he get Bilgewater already?
Puts everything on Sivir, calling out the Mini Morph here.
And it makes sense. He didn't have it 2 turns ago because he could have had it. He had the mana for it at the time when Sivir first attacked, but he opted to not go for it yet, waiting for a situation like this one where he can wait for the commitment of the Absolver, and then that's going to be the surrender comes in, Badge Attack, not able to do anything against Broken Ball there. Broken Ball had a really good start. Once again, we saw it with Boundary in the last series as well. Very wide swarm, Poppy to again, accelerate things. And necessarily not win the game off of Poppy or not win the game off of the Swarm, but force that concerted strike on Poppy and force all that mana in the mid game instead of going to the development of Sivir and that on-win condition, having to defend the pressure, buying time for Boundary to get the actual win later on. So really good start from Broken Ball and not much as I could do at that point, I think.
Yeah, he went all in, right, with the Sivir, trying to make that happen. The rallies, just trying to force the board down. He went for the proper line, definitely, but just too far behind in the early mid game. The telescopes hit some very powerful cards. If that Petrostrike Broadwing had not gotten hit with Equinox, it would have done such more, it would have done something. It just basically got completely negated.
I think we are ready to throw to a break. Blevins, thank you so much for showing up as our, our neighborhood Batman superhero of the casting desk. If I
flash the Blev signal and I will appear.
Good to know for next time. I'm just gonna, whenever I want to try cast, I'll just turn off my router, be like, oh no, Ice-T is going down, and you'll just show up 5 minutes later. I'll keep that in mind. Thank you. But that will be it from us. We'll be going to a very short break, and we'll be back with the grand final. So stay tuned and don't go anywhere.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Fight Night Legends EU. We're just about to jump into the grand finals between Ghoster Driver and Broken Ball, who was able to come back from the lower bracket, our young prodigy from Italy.
Well, I don't know if 20 qualifies as young.
Oh, yeah, as soon as you cross from 19 to 20, you're a boomer. You're a boomer, Broken Ball.
Broken Ball had
Tristana.
Had his days, inventing decks, but now he's just a deck promoter. He just takes other people's ideas, makes a tweet about them, and then says he made it up.
Heavens.
But no, he did make up Pink City, of course, alongside Ice-T. It was a duo creation. And Tristana, we'll give it to him for now, until someone gives a claim, gives a proof that he was the actual inventor. We'll have a timestamp on his tweet with his article, and maybe he is the creator of this new Tristana amalgamation with a whole Fae package that has taken over ladder and the tournament scene as well.
But anyway, Ghoster Driver from Germany actually had already knocked Broken Ball down to the lower bracket earlier in the stream. And so now Broken Ball is going for the rematch here, a double rematch, in fact, because you got to get that bracket reset before you can get the win.
The stats are making the bracket reset look a little bit unlikely, but we do know what the power of tradition is able to do here at Fight Night EU. We've had a bad stretch of tournaments to start the year off, but I think we're back in the swing of things. I think Broken Ball has what it takes to continue getting these absolutely bonkers starts to his games and get a reset and go for a final, 3-game series to end things off, as we all, just love to see it in Fight Night EU. But of course, maybe I just jinxed it and Ghost Driver gets another 2-0 and ends things early.
But
we'll
I mean,
find
now
out
that these players
soon.
are rematching, Broken Ball has a chance to maybe reevaluate his ban, choose some different matchups. I think that it could be very close. And who knows, that 2-0 could have just been the result of a really bad start, missing out on one game, and then the second matchup ends up being like a much closer 50-50 matchup. So...
And the storyline here is important as well, because it is Demacia against non-Demacia. Broken Ball was the only player to come in and say, I don't like Demacia, despite being one of the players that I most closely associate to Demacia with Demacia target index and in the past. But in this case, he's brought no Demacia in his lineup whatsoever, where we've seen it very prevalent all across the board today. In different strategies, yes, but all of them have that same idea of controlling the board, of either going wide or going tall, and of capitalizing on either of those two strategies with a rally effect or 7 in one game. So we'll see if Broken Ball's idea of not bringing Demacia in a meta that looks to be very strong for it is going to be a good one. He's made it this far, of course. He has, I think, the right tools, especially with Banditry. It's a deck that can flood the board and kind of maybe not fight for the board, but defend the board at least for a pretty long amount of time.
And if you chump down, it opens you up to rallying. We kind of analyzed that before, but who knows? If you get that really strong curve into a Yordles and Arms that's turned on very early, because that's what Banditry specializes, getting that region mixture down very quickly, it could maybe give him the chance to just swing in, force a trade down from the opponent. They have an empty board, and then you bully them from there. So a lot of different ways this could hash out.
We'll see what the pick and ban phase looks like as well. We didn't see it for the match they already had played, because we were casting the other one in that semifinals, because we started off with Ghost Driver against Aaron to start things off. So we weren't entirely sure what the bans were, so we can't really compare. But like you said, it could be the case where, hey, I lost 2-0. Things obviously did not go well. Maybe I misunderstood the general strategy. Maybe I would have been better off banning a different deck, for example. So we're not entirely sure what exactly made it so that was a 2-0 sweep. It could just be that the lineups just really favor Ghost Driver more. But we'll have to find out if Broken Ball it decides to adapt and decides to try and change something and maybe go for the unconventional line to try and swing things back in his favor for the series.
Right. And even if you have like an idea of how a matchup is going to go, at higher levels of play, we've seen, especially towards the end of the previous meta and the start of this one, those matchups really start to get flipped. If you play against a player who's like specializing in that deck, we saw players over the course of today banning Sivir Akshan from Batch Attack, for example. How is Broken Ball known as a Lee Sin player? Are you going to still let him play that? Are you confident in the ability to beat that one down? Are you going to take the risk versus Eye of the Dragon? We don't know what they banned last time, if Ghost Driver was able to beat up Lee Sin, or if that is just the ban that's 100% locked in. Or maybe they were like, I plan on losing to Lee Sin and 2-0ing the other deck, but if you whiff on Gifts from Beyond, maybe you kind of just get beat up anyway.
We haven't seen Lee Sin yet in the tournament, so Scarzig, please do not jinx it. All right? Get it? Jinx it, Lulu Jinx is the other deck?
Yes, we're trying to jinx it. I would like to see another crazy protagonist high roll from Broken Ball, though. I said it before, and I'll say it again. Hopefully, Broken Ball is able to repopularize the Xerath Zillion, because I've still been running that on the ladder recently, and that was certainly a deck I attribute to him.
At least you have that one, Broken Ball. Scarzig leading you. That's a deck builder.
And but if Ghost Driver was watching that set versus Badge Attack and saw what that Lulu Jinx was capable of, maybe you're rethinking your ban strategy. You're like, I do not want that to happen to me.
But then do you let through Lee Sin, which is a deck that obviously, despite matchups, whatever it is, it's a deck that always has a chance to just do some crazy things, set up the Eye of the Dragon wall, and just win with Lee Sin no matter what. Especially if you're playing, you're not playing Mini War, for example, you're not playing a Banditry lineup at all. You're playing more of your own aggressive kind of, non-interactive kind of
Chomper's
play style.
banned.
No, Lee Sin.
Lee Sin is unleashed, baby.
You jinxed
So,
it, Scarzig.
That means that Broken Ball bans Scouts? No, bans Tristana, the creator of the deck, once again having to ban his creation.
He knows the power. He knows how powerful it can be, and instead opts to go to just let through the Shen with the Zed, which is a deck that's surprising to see it in the grand finals, but here we are. Ghost Driver bringing, a triple Demacia lineup, yes, but some pretty interesting picks, especially the Shen Zed list that I think didn't expect to see in the finals of this tournament.
I'm like thinking about like a weird Frankenstein's monster joke with Broken Ball creating this deck and having to ban it. It's in there somewhere. Hopefully chat will help me out. But anyway, we've got Lee Sin versus Scouts, a classic matchup, a deck that wants to hit the board early and tempo you down versus a combo deck that can kill you in the late game. We have one Gifts from Beyond in the hand, but with Sculptor on turn 2, it might already be too late.
We're going to need a challenger, especially for Ghost Driver, to be able to at least, fight for this Eye of Dragon when it does come down and try and kill it off somehow before it gets out of hand. Cythria is massive in this matchup, especially once you get to the point where the board is stalled out and there's not really much you can do with Eye of the Dragon kind of blocking the way in terms of you being able to push damage. All of a sudden you have Cythria. Things change drastically because there aren't going to be fearsome blockers.
Yeah, you're forced to rely on Sonic Wave and Twin Discipline in order to get those buffs so you can block the fearsomes. You don't have to, and even if the attack goes through, you have to pre-commit Concussive Palm.
This is already a massive swing here. You play Navigator, double health on both, and just go for the full swing even.
I actually really like it. Going for
if you're scared of Eye of a Dragon, this is also a possibility. Play out the Petricide for attack. There's Pale Cascade that wouldn't save the Eye of a Dragon if it is played out. Or even just, trying to go for the kill on this White Flame.
I think historically, Scouts have been ever so slightly favored into Lee Sin. But again, with players that are very, very, seasoned on this deck, they can play into these really bad matchups well enough. And with the recent boost to power level for Scouts, thanks to Sculptor and Broadwing, where they aren't as reliant on Misfortune on turn 3 to actually get the job done, I think that they probably still maintain that advantage.
9 HP on the Nexus. Of course, we're going to have the chance for Grissetum to come in, for Eye of a Dragon to come into play, for the Dragon to come in next turn and boost that HP up to 11, and to start setting up that wall. Only one Eye of a Dragon, though, is not really ideal.
Because Broken Ball opted to take damage there to guarantee the Eye of the Dragon lives, but now we need to continuously keep feeding spells into the Eye of the Dragon. We could see Sonic Wave, Resonating Strike, so that the Dragonling can heal for a ton, maybe pull this Sculptor. We've seen some matchups where Lee Sin is just played out as a fat 5-drop and then continuously controls the board from there.
You can't really consider for Demacia in this case, unfortunately, because of the possibility for Deny to just be a huge setback. So I think it's going to have to be a Cythria-based strategy at this point.
I think, too, that you maybe can go for Demacia, because if they deny, then they don't get the Dragonling. Broken Ball not even opting to attack, making Ghost Driver burn all that mana, feeling safe at 9 HP. Very spooky indeed. Another wide swing being geared up by Ghost Driver. And no unit developments from Broken Ball.
And no Dragonling this turn either. This is going to be a lot of trouble with For Demacia if it's played out. You have still exactly Deny mana available. Could go for Misfortune instead, but you don't have any Scout synergy, so it's not really seeming to be that appealing either. Tattered Banner, Misfortune.
Tattered Banner, Misfortune. She gets Challenger. You get to pull the Eye of the Dragon. Then the Fleet Feather Tracker pulls the White Flame. It's really hard to say because, again, you have to go for spells here so you get your Dragonling for the next round. There's no Zenith Blade in hand for the Lee Sin OTK. There's still, again, the missed opportunity of the Island Navigator to get double boosted by the Sculptor, get those scout attacks, keep trying to pressure Broken Ball over and over. Instead, it's just a standard wide swarm and letting Broken Ball pick the trades he wants.
And it might be fine. I mean, obviously, you're going to have to try and find some kind of overwhelm to do something, but I think you're still a little bit too far away from getting an OTK next turn.
Yeah,
Broken Ball
so
does not like
the
what
Eye
he
of the
sees.
Dragon, gets the Misfortune Love Tap, plus the 2 damage to kill this, will need to be rescued.
I was gonna say it's definitely not correct to pull out the dragon because it's gonna have to block anyway, and it's gonna die to everything else regardless. So you get better trades for the other units. Where your unit with barrier, you don't need to. So Broken Ball's emo game actually helping his opponent there. I'm not sure that's advisable. Saying, hey, this is not the way you do it. It's a bad trade. All right, you're right. Let me switch this really quick.
Broken Ball just knows, right? Like, if I'm gonna win, I want it to be when my opponent's playing at their best. 1 HP. Surviving. So yeah, you can save your Eye of the Dragon with Twin Discipline, and you just do double Twin, just so you can get a Dragonling at the start of the next round and try to stabilize off of Sonic Wave Resonating Strike. Because missing out on that opportunity to develop the Dragonling was so important. Broken Ball valued burning Ghoster Driver's mana, but didn't recognize the threat that the hand was actually full of even more units and not a lot of spells and combat tricks.
And not even the dream of getting a Make It Rain with Misfortune on the board off of the second copy, because she does end up dying there to Lee Sin. Dragonling now coming out. The White Flame continues to grow, and Lee Sin is still a threat. But again, no overwhelm, only the Will of Ionia and Deny in hand, with one more card that we haven't seen yet that was just top decked.
All right, Sonic Wave puts Challenger on the White Flame. Resonating Strike for +2 attack on the Dragonling. Heals for 4. Lee Sin now also gaining Barrier, so this is going to help narrow the board down, and we get another Dragonling developed at the start of the next round, and the Ghoster Driver can only sidestep that with a second Misfortune top deck or playing the Cythria this round. And again, in Scouts, no direct unit interaction. You just force your opponent to block down. Your Challengers are the best chance you have to pull something. No single combats, no concerted strikes, no cataclysms we've seen in every other Demacia build.
Cythria now coming down. We can see Island Navigator come out. Next turn, maybe just double Cythria, to be honest. I mean, the 4 Demacia is essentially useless in this matchup because Deny. It's always going to be, there's a threat where there's so much mana.
Yep. So Will of Ionia does come through indeed. Puts that Cythria back in the hand. Lee Sin is leveled, but no attack token. And if Ghoster Driver does develop that Cythria next round to kind of sneak some damage over the top of this Dragonling, there's a chance for a Concussive Palm or something to get top decked as well to prevent that effect. With no rally, Ghoster Driver is actually struggling to deal the final punch of damage. We even have access to potentially Tattered Banner plus another development. So we get a Challenger unit to pull the Dragonling all the way down to the bottom.
Anything. If it doesn't have a way to get all.
Panda's breaking up a little bit for me, unfortunately, chat. I don't know if it's coming through clearly for you. But he's trying to say that the Wounded White Flame is actually a massive threat from this position alongside Lee Sin. If there is a potential for, again, a Concussive Palm to shut down the effect, not playing anything down, wants Ghoster Driver to swing in, maybe giving away there is a Concussive Palm indeed. And now Concussive Palm, you want to preemptively stun the Cythria so they don't get that boost altogether. But it looks like Panda will need to restart, but that is totally fine. As we know, I've casted a lot of Lee Sin matches in my day, and building towards this finale, it comes down to Broken Ball's quality of top decks. I think if we kind of look at how the game has ended up where it has, that key turn where Broken Ball did not put the spells down to get that Dragonling might have been too costly. Dropped down very low and just doesn't have the time for the Dragonlings to slowly build that HP back up.
Do I sound crystal clear now, Scarzig?
Oh, he's back, everybody.
It's Lee Sin. I'm just allergic, you know, my internet. The moment Lee Sin gets played, it's like, all right, we're out. We got to shut this down ASAP.
And there's a deep meditation drawing 2 spells. We still have 1 Sonic Wave Resonating Strike in the hand as well to boost this Dragonling.
Just Lee Sin things. The moment just one Lava Dragon comes down and you have so much counterplay available. Still a deck like Scouts that really just plays Solitaire. Has its one very single-minded game plan that does it very well in many cases. But in other cases where you're at the mercy of a Dragonling just getting a buff and attack and suddenly you're at 1 HP, you're at 5 now, you're able to survive these wide swings. It creates a situation where you can't really get through. There's not really a way to push through enough damage.
Cytherea at the top. I like this. She doesn't gain Fearsome herself. But if the Dragonling does choose to block at the top of the stack there, the barrier cancels it out. So we need another buff guaranteed for the Dragonling to be able to lifesteal here.
Yeah, we had one more Sonic Wave was in hand from before.
Yep.
Because there was 2 copies of Lee Sin at the very beginning. And now
so
we're
just
seeing...
put Challenger on the White Flame to proc that Faded, and then give the attack boost to the Dragonling.
And Zenith Blade was found as well. That's really the key thing. The fact that you can actually get lethal next turn with the Wounded White Flame.
You are stabilizing this turn. You're just buying exactly enough time that you need in order to end the game. And it just came down to the fact that Ghoster Driver had no rally to capitalize on that massive advantage leading up to this point. And I mean, for every Lee Sin game that we see double Eye of the Dragon come down and just wall out the opponent completely, there's another Lee Sin game where you have them just almost killed on the ropes, and then they just punch you really, really hard, and then you die.
Well, kick you. Zenith Blade being committed here, the Wounded White Flame, taking Lee Sin's spotlight and the surrender coming through. Ghost Driver losing game 1, so already things have differed from that first match that these players had. Broken Ball. We're not sure what the bans were. We're not sure if the bans were different or not, but finds a win with Lee Sin, and now is going to have a chance to try and make a bracket reset if he wins this next game. Of course, Ghost Driver is still 2 games away from winning this entire tournament. He's able to get the reverse sweep in this series.
Yeah, I mean, with Lee Sin out of the way, you still have Scouts in your pocket and your second deck to just 2-0 the remainder. You got to remember, it's going to be the Yordles and Arms Bandle Tree from Broken Ball that needs to find the second win. The Lulu Jinx was banned away.
We talk about the fact that this deck is weak to rally decks. When you're able to mount enough pressure, not to the first attack, that you're always going to have a chump blockers, they're always going to be there to obviously mitigate a lot of damage, but the second attack, once you lose those value trades, is where it gets very, very scary. Scouts coming in right away, we have Protector, we have the Misfortune. I think Protector, you don't want to keep it right away unless you have that guarantee of a 1-drop, which isn't quite the case there, but perfect curve as usual. We're seeing Scouts today really having just the ideal engines and early units every time.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. If we draw another 2-drop so that we can play 2 2-drops on round 4, it'll just be exactly what the doctor ordered. That'll do.
There's some good removal at this point, and the Flock is not really going to care about the extra health from the Sculptor onto the Misfortune. Because once she is damaged, then obviously any amount of damage will do it.
We've got the Ravenous Flock to deal with those key targets, keep the Snowball under control. Bomber Twins in hand, potentially getting Hexplosive Minefield for a key stun. Yordles and Arms allows you to defend against a Golden Aegis or for Demacia turn. Broken Ball just needs to keep drawing units basically from this position.
Setting up the wall, the different kind of wall. There was the Eye of a Dragon wall, and now it's the Bandle City wall instead. Different walls, but same purpose, stopping these pesky scouts from defeating their nexus.
The scouts are exploring the Bandle City forest, and they're having a party.
Oh.
Just looking at the card art, just pondering this card's existence right now.
I like it. We should do more of those, I think it was trying to sculpt that Nexus HP down to 0, you know, just chipping away slowly. I think it's good thematic there. Good addition to the scouts game plan.
Yeah, it's Sculptor, instead of giving +1 HP every time you summon a unit, it deals 1 to the Nexus. Please no. Bomber Twins, what do you get? Thrall.
No. You guys probably recovered, you know, in 8 rounds. Never mind that Protopore was already played on turn 1.
Right.
Misfortune now coming down, the buff coming through. Obviously, no damage just yet. You have a chance to both Pokestick and Flock. You have to do it, but you have to do it in different actions. So she's going to have a chance to have her effect go off at least once here, which is already going to be important enough because you have 2 challengers attacking these 1 HP units to clear the board a little bit.
Yeah, just setting up this permanent advantage. Because now with scouts, they have the ability to buff up their board, and any damage that gets through is still way more threatening. Even offering up the 2/3 to trade into the 3/2. Threatening that Ranger's resolve as well. The hesitation might have given it away, but Broken Ball is not going to take that chance. Telescope has gotten some good things historically. Gorlith. You are going to make it to round 9. Don't get baited. Just takes the messenger.
And there's a Flock coming through, opening up board space for the Quinn to come down next turn. And there is going to be the chance for the turn after that to have the double attack with what could be a full board and the Aegis as well. The Mayor coming down. Again, we talked about it. Trying to set up this line of chump blockers. You're going to succeed at this, yes. But after the rally effect is what really is going to punish you.
And we'll see. Ghoster Driver going for basically saying, I could play Sculptor, but if Broken Ball is not going to attack me and give me the opportunity to trade away the board, so my board would just be too full for the Quinn. So I'm just going to play her down now.
Oof.
So we've got a Scout attack. Let Valor die. Then you can play Misfortune for your second attack.
And you have exactly enough mana to play out Misfortune and the Aegis. So it's looking scary here for Broken Ball.
I think you just take the damage from the Quinn there, actually. And then you wait and see what Ghoster Driver is going to develop and maybe save mana for Yordles and Arms. I guess you have it either way.
Buster Shot, big pickup there off the top deck from the Messenger. Quite the message indeed, Misfortune. Oh, but the extra health, I forgot about it. You have the Flock, though, so it's going to be a 2-card combo once again. Still giving a one attack, one chance here for Misfortune to get her effect off and get the ping on to make sure all these trades are in favor. You can even trade the tracker into the 2/3 Grumble Slug.
And that's a slow action. The Golden Aegis is going to hit. It's lined up to hit either the Misfortune or the Quinn here. Both key targets now damaged. I think you could honestly trade in this Sculptor too. Your board is your hand is empty. You aren't really going to be developing any more units beyond this.
You're going to rally though, so
even more damage.
We're going to wait to see with a Scout rally, or not going to rally. We're going to rally next turn. I think I like that as well. Yeah, I think I agree with you. To be honest.
Maybe just because the Ravenous Flock threat is just making that rally this turn not seem as good. You're already working on a line where you can win without the rally just through pure board bullying. And now with double Sculptor, anything you develop is just going to be massive.
This is the punish, but if Misfortune survives and is able to level up, it's also kind of a big problem. So yeah, I think you have to Flock the Misfortune. You can't necessarily Flock, and still you would be at the mercy of a range of resolve, for example, if you do end up trying to kill the Quinn. So yeah, I do like the play there actually. It seemed a bit risky.
Then we do Yordles and Arms into an attack or a block, some combination thereof, just shutting down this attack.
You're still fine taking all this damage though, or maybe most of it, maybe not all of it. Especially now, you can get a trade possibly onto this house
pop
fighter.
the barrier and then swing back in. We've got a big elusive unit as well. It's going to give you an owl cap for more blocking potential. At the very least, this is kind of what Ghoster Driver's been hoping for this entire game, is clearing some board space to make use of the Sculptor. Trade away the Broadwing, keep the double Sculptor alive for the Island Navigator development. Values the Broadwing to deal with the Bandle Commando, I suppose.
Oh, Dragon Chow, what are you doing? No, my friend, that's not where you're supposed to be. 0-4, useless Dragon Chow taking space on the board. You don't like to see that happen.
And
Minimorph is going to be here. Level up on Quinn.
It is going to shut down this Quinn. It can shut down Cythria. But Broken Ball is running out of gas here. It's all about the defense at this point. By my count, they're at 8 out of 10 for the Bandle Tree. So just a few more rounds of defense.
And anything you mini-morph still has better stats than any of the units on your board. So it's kind of doomed. Because you're mini-morphing, sure, but you're still not even trading 1-for-1 with the unit you're using 6 mana to kind of stop. Which is not really ideal at this point. Tattered Banner, Penitent Squire rather, comes down. You have the Sharp Sight to make sure these trades go once again in your favor. There's no Bandle Tree, plan B button to push at this point. I love these games with Demacia, where things just, it ends up being just coming down to top decks and you have a unit and they have a unit and it's really just adding 1+1, who has better stats on their units. Like, oh no, he has better stats. What do I do? And you depend on top deck so much. It's actually quite a fun outcome to these kind of games. Well, maybe in this case not so close. It's a 5v1 and there's an Alcat that looks a bit confused.
House Spider trying to go a little bit wider,
but not wide enough. We need a maximum spider that summons. fill your board with 1/1s. All right, hire me, Runeterra devs.
So Ghoster Driver able to take this game number 2.
And get closer to that reverse sweep here, trying to not allow the bracket reset, not allow Broken Ball. Very methodical scout attack first, just in case. Opens up for the Buster Shot, but you have double Sharp Sight backup. I think you knew that there was no way you were losing this game at this point in time. You had all the plan B and C and D that you needed. The mini-morph comes through. Like, wait a minute.
And then the second Sharp Sight. Yeah, so anyway. The players are just playing around with each other now. There's a surrender for game 2. Scouts doing what it does best. Very strong setup, very powerful curve. We had the Misfortune, the Quinn, the double Sculptor. It was just all there. When you have the stat boosting like that, Bandle City can't chump you down as confidently as they used to.
And that's despite Broken Ball actually having a pretty good hand for a scout matchup. A lot of removal, had a few Pokesticks, had a few Flocks, had a few Buster Shots. So had a lot of the tools he needed at the times he needed them, but still just wasn't enough, despite it being a pretty close fight. I think closer than I expected, especially during that mid-game power spike. I think Broken Ball was able to navigate it quite well in terms of controlling the Quinn level up, the Misfortune level up, but still not quite enough at the end there. I think just ran out of fuel too early, like you mentioned, and didn't have the Bandle Tree especially.
Yeah, like if one of those mini morphs was a Bandle Tree, there maybe was a way for you to have it generate really cheap units to play them out, etc.
Bandle Tree now up against Shen, Zed, Demacia.
So Shen, Zed. Zed was one of the early techs against Bandle Tree when it was back in its heyday. A deck that was able to just bully based on stats, right? We knew that this Bandle Tree list doesn't have combat tricks and stat boosts, so Zed can swing in willy-nilly, and then it's just one unit that's taking 2 blockers from the opponent, and then over the course of the game, eventually Zed starts to be able to find the cracks and level up, and then start setting up for like big boosts and rallies.
And talking about, fighting for the board and having the right stats to fight for the board, the hand for Broken Ball is not really it. You're going to be able to generate a lot of units, sure. Maybe your own arms can save you in a few turns, but the first few turns are going to be quite dangerous here with just the 1/1 styling, the Proto Portals. They will come out for free, potentially, once the Mayor comes on. And House Fighter is a good pickup here.
Yeah, great. Turn 2. I like playing towards that tempo in exchange for taking 2 damage early.
Oof. all the challengers you might
Sculptor
ever need.
on 2. It's all you need. So Ghoster Driver already in a position here. Sculptor into Fleet Feather Tracker into Petrosite Broadwing. No Zed required. The board is already under control. Rockfall Path off of the Bomber Twins, though, will hit this Petrosite Broadwing if there's time to develop it.
Making sure you can full swing here, get some damage on the next. While controlling the board, so it could have gone for more perfect trades there, keeping everything alive, but wanted to full swing, wanted to get the 4 damage in as well, and that was the way to do it.
So here comes the Protoporo.
Ooh. The double Sithra draw is a little bit spicy. You're going to have to find a really good top deck next turn, or he might be in big trouble and might lose out on a lot of the pressure he was mounting at this point in time.
We've seen it happen before where scouts just kind of, not even scouts, but you know, you just miss out on like that key pressure turn that you need. The Shen, like Ionia builds, don't mind playing a bit more of a late game focused idea, but if you lose out on the pressure and then you just fall back into this, like, you know, chump block cycle that Bandletree wants you to play at, then things do get pretty dire. Even taking damage from the Teemo there to save the Sharp Sight.
Yeah, Sharp Sight could have been big, but then you look at your board and you say, hey, I have 2 challengers. What am I doing? And obviously you want to save that Sharp Sight for later on where you really need it. You don't mind the Teemo hitting there and connecting with 5 mushrooms.
Mm-hmm.
Not really the ideal top deck you'd have wanted here at this point, but not a bad one either, all things considered. You're going to have the Spellman Sage for the rest of this game and just use the Sharp Sight on this turn here.
Yep, getting the full value out of the Petrosite Broadwing here. Trading it away, so then this remaining one is going to go down.
And still,
no,
more damage
the Hound, actually. Yeah, the Hound can survive. So if you block the Hound with the 1/1 and then finish it off with the Pokey Stick, then the Rockfall Path will be guaranteed to kill the 0/4 Broadwing. Because it's going to happen when this countdown's at the start of the next round.
Pokey Stick
so
onto the Broadwing.
This was the turn.
Hoping to get the kill, but instead they're going to trade everything out there, essentially. Rockfall Trap or Rockfall Path. As you mentioned, going to kill the Hound, not the Broadwing.
I guess it's fine, though. We've got Mare coming through, getting another blocker. We've got 0-mana Protoporo now. Minion's a great repetitive blocker. Loping Telescope is also very tempting because of Crescent Strike to shut down the next couple of attacks, especially with Cythria lurking in that list, and does indeed go for the Telescope. Cards into more cards.
Is that the first time that you see Rockfall Path activate?
I used to play it unironically. It's surprisingly good.
Well, it's the first time I see it. I was expecting more rocks falling, but apparently that was too much to ask. It was just a missile
effect. Pew.
Just a
weakest enemy.
Stormtrooper blast.
And so here
Never
we
mind.
go. Cythria hits the board. Yordles in Arms is a very interesting idea to try to force some blocks here.
And Cythria coming down. I mean, looking at this board, you have to imagine it's just like this meme of the guy, you know, rubbing his hands together. You know what I'm talking about.
The Birdman meme, yeah. But plays the scope and gets Crescent Strike, a much better idea here.
That's big. Now, we'll see how greedy Ghost Driver is going to get. He's going to get greedy. He's going to want to play the second Cythria. And they're both going to get stunned.
Ghost Driver has been playing very greedily throughout the course of this entire broadcast, with like trying to squeeze in the double Sculptor before developing a champion, even though it's not necessarily needed to have that much value. Once again, this is another game for Ghoster Driver where it's just the Sculptors and the Broadwings and stuff doing a lot of work, and there's not a ton of like champions showing up to actually help out. You need the Zed.
The twin sisters get stunned in the back. No attack, no fearsomes. Could have been a game over because you would have had to react. I guess if it was, there's an own attack. It might have been a pretty big problem for Broken Ball.
The Telescope did get Crescent Strike there, or at least an Equinox.
If Vandal City didn't fish random win conditions, it might have been a problem. But thankfully for Broken Ball, the telescope, and the yee-yees have him covered.
Yee. And here comes Yordles and Arms. +4/+4. And so we've got Bright Steel Protector, putting barrier on the 2/2 so it stays alive. Double Cytherea of the Bold, still big enough to block some of this down. Getting rid of the mares. Gotta block just a little bit more. 1 HP, don't die to Pokey Stick. Looking through the deck, how many Pokey Sticks have there been? Ghoster Driver's greedy, and Broken Ball has the Pokey Stick in hand, is going to get the bracket reset. Loping Telescope claims another victim. And the thing is that if you trade away the 3/3, you have the double Cythereas potentially buffing each other with the extra fearsome. The Pokey Stick goes onto the Cytherea and not the Nexus. But again, Ghoster Driver is just trying to maintain as wide a board as possible, trying to force, the draw from Broken Ball there. Oh, but we actually can't hear Panda. Really unfortunate. The cam is working, but no sound coming through. But
you can hear me now. No?
Okay, we can't hear him now. There we go.
I think Ice-T got me muted. I was gonna say, the end of that cast, my stream froze, and you were calling it as if it ended already. I'm like, Scarzig, don't get ahead of yourself. He's gonna block. And you're like, game's over. He has the Pokey Stick. I'm like, Scarzig, you're going too far.
Green,
He's
after
gonna
seeing
block.
the second Cytherea green, you didn't think he'd go down to 1 HP versus Pokey Stick?
Ghoster Driver is using this opportunity to practice with the creator of all decks, Broken Ball. And he's going to get a whole other series to go toe-to-toe with this player. And that's what he was going for, the bracket reset. He knows the importance of traditions in Fight Night EU. And now we're going to have a whole other series waiting for us, potentially with more Lee Sin, but hopefully not.
Yeah, now that they get to play another set, they get to change their bands around. And so now Ghoster Driver is the one that potentially gets to reevaluate the situation. Was that Lee Sin game a fluke, or am I going to ban it out? No, doesn't want to play against that Lulu Cheeks at all.
Lee Sin is back on the table. Lee Sin is lined up for game 1. Broken Ball trying to do it once again. Only had one Eye of a Dragon last time around. Was still able to set up a wall, a chest-high wall. That was enough to mitigate the attacks from the scouts. I don't think you got the. I think no one in this chat got the chest high wall reference. Did you get it?
I do get it. It's just like those games with like the really invisible walls, and it's like you can't just jump over it. Like Resident Evil 4 is a really great example.
So there was actually a video from a very big YouTube channel about Elden Ring, about having a chest high wall and like the from the NPC's perspective, and like they were safe because there's a chest high wall, no one can pass it, and then a guy comes in a horse, the player, and just mows them all down. That was a joke. But that's a very recent, very niche joke. So if anyone in chat got it, well done. But I didn't expect anyone to. But a chest high wall might still be enough to stop the scouts here, because they are not very tall in their attack. They are, go wide strategy with different ping effects.
So we just have the development here. 5 damage on turn 2. Ghoster Driver finally not getting the Sculptor into Broadwing curve, but now has triple misfortune.
And if Broken Ball doesn't get Eye of a Dragon, that's a price you pay. That's a trade that you go for. No Sculptor, no Eye of a Dragon, handshakes all around, because there is no wall being set up now, and that is very, very dangerous here for Broken Ball.
Man,
still hasn't found it.
That is a massive question being asked.
He has nothing that he can play. He can only play the Zoe here. Has to bounce the Misfortune instead.
I was thinking, like, there's a chance that you just pass, take your free 5 damage without even developing. But I think that even if Broken Ball passes and doesn't just immediately go for, Crescendum, then you just develop Misfortune. You have a stronger open attack regardless.
Lee Sin trying to accelerate things, doesn't need Eye of a Dragon when he can just come down turn 5 and end the game himself. But this is where things start. You can't play Misfortune. Oh, the buff comes through though. 4 health
This
now.
is very rare. This is very rare to see Lee Sin just played on curve and say, I need to show up and just do some actual work.
Like,
Don't
Broken Ball
just come
has
through
no
at the
units.
very end of the game to take all the credit.
He had to play something. He literally had no units. Broken Ball had just a terrible starting hand. Not just no Eye of the Dragons, but no White Flame, no, really nothing to work with. In a matchup, you need to be blocking. You know, you need to have some amount of presence on the board here.
So there's Twin Discipline, gives Challenger to Lee Sin, so he can kill the Misfortune. But there's yet another in hand. We have Make It Rain here to guaranteed kill the Zoe. After Ghost Driver got blown up by Crescent Strike, might be fearing that outcome once again a little bit.
You have the Sharp Set as well.
Yeah, if you shuffle another Misfortune into your deck, then you might top deck another Misfortune. This is probably fine while it's guaranteed, and then you have Sharp Sight against second Zoe.
Ooh, I think I would have liked to kill. I mean, I think it was Sharp Sight. I mean, killing Lee Sin, especially with the hand we're seeing, obviously we have Caster Vision, no other Lee Sin in hand, and you still have your presence on the board with these 3 units surviving.
You don't need.
I understand
think
the
that
idea of the Misfortune ping. You know, still putting Lee Sin in a point where if he has barrier, it's still going to take the barrier off.
Chat is going off. Kill Lee. Kill Lee. Kill Lee. There was no mana there. It was a guaranteed Lee kill, but Ghoster Driver, in the greedy fashion, says, well, there's a 1 HP Lee on board. I've killed Zoe, and I'm just going to force you to block with this Lee Sin, right? Because now all of your spells need to go into saving Lee, and without Eye of the Dragon in play, it's close. Like, we'll have to see if this Lee Sin being alive really matters at all, because now we have a swing into an Aegis.
We have double Sharp Sight possibilities, so +4 attack can go onto the Nexus. 1 ping from Misfortune. If any of these units connects, it's game over.
Heavens to Betsy.
No, 2 units have to connect. Never mind. It's not game over.
And there's Pale Cascade. We could Sharp Sight the Misfortune so that she stays alive this round, but Lee Sin's just going to kick her next round.
Oh, no, you kill Lee Sin, right? With the ping effect taking off the barrier.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, it takes off the barrier, and now we get to kill Lee Sin. Yeah, so we
now
get to kill
you
Lee Sin anyway.
You kill him, but just later.
And also Sharp Sight to save the Sculptor as well versus the Tail of the Dragon. Still maintaining your stance as a 4v0 now with double Aegis in hand.
Makes sense. You want to keep all the units alive to benefit from the double Aegis at this point. There's no board for your opponent. There might not be one because there are no units in hand. Does Broken Ball find a unit to play, or is it already game over? He finds the Wounded White Flame. It's too little, too late. Surrender comes through. Ghoster Driver wins game 1 of the bracket reset and is now on a delayed match point, but a match point nonetheless.
Yeah, no Eye of the Dragon, no Gifts from Beyond to get the Eye of the Dragon, and we can really see, like, you know, Panda and I have been talking about Lee Sin for months and months and months, how important Eye of the Dragon is to that deck, and I feel like a lot of the Lee Sin enjoyers don't want Eye of the Dragon to get nerfed specifically because of that reason, but just play Healing Potion and Tasty Fae Folk, right?
What's a Lee Sin enjoyer? I'm not entirely. I haven't met this person in my life. Do people actually?
Most of them are in an A. It's okay.
I mean, I know some players play Lee Sin, but that's out of necessity. You know, out of necessity.
They don't enjoy it. They play it out of necessity, really.
They go to sleep at night crying, thinking, you know, the pain I'm inflicting on these poor players. That's how Broken Ball feels.
The tortured souls.
He had just brought Lee Sin, so he would be able to play Lulu Jinx. That was his game plan. I know Broken Ball very well. He brings this very annoying deck like Lee Sin to make sure he can play his fun decks, so people don't ruin his fun. But Ghost Driver's like, no. I'm gonna go ahead and ban this poor Lulu Jinx deck, and now you're forced to play Lee Sin, so everyone suffers.
But Ghost Driver did find 1 win versus the Lee Sin, and now you're just rolling the dice. Wounded White Flame hits the board. We've got Sharp Sight on the Fleet Feather Tracker to try to bully this Wounded White Flame. Are you going to take the risk against that combat trick?
Double Sergeant. Might be a conflict of military orders here. Who's really in charge on this board right now?
I mean, looking at it, we've got like Guiding Touch, like proccing the Faded is actually very difficult here. This list really wants to rely on things like Pale Cascade or Zenith Blade to do so.
Broken Ball, going for the full pass strategy. Ghost Driver, possibly falling for the trap, allowing Broken Ball to really, you don't care about any resources, anything that's happening on the board. You don't care about burnt mana as long as you get your Lee Sin online and you're able to get that OTK eventually while keeping him protected.
If we evaluate this as a sort of Fiora Shen into Lee Sin idea, and you're just playing this out as a very slow mid-range idea with the Ionia Demacia, do you think it's fine to just keep developing, keeping a ton of mana open for flexibility, and then trying to win into an attack or a rally?
Potentially. Still Broken Ball, continuing to mash the pass button. He has learned from the best in Europe. Not giving away a single hint of information. He's going to pretend he has 9 Rune Nations in hand, cannot play any cards, going to just opt to pass 24/7. Until Ghost Driver makes the fatal mistake of going in and going for an attack.
It's that same standoff, right, between these Ionia decks where it's like, oh, does my opponent have the combat tricks? The longer you wait, because Broken Ball's not casting any spells, they aren't working on leveling up the Lee Sin.
And Ghost Driver, he falls for the trap. He takes the pass again, thinking, look at all the mana that this man is burning. I will have so much mana after I continue passing here.
And now you've got to play the Ranger's Resolve so you don't burn a card next round?
That's the next step of this showdown. Players are going to start burning their cards, and they have to be careful.
So here comes Sonic Wave, Resonating Strike to kick this Broadwing down. We've got Sharp Sight to try to get the up trade here.
This is the climax now. After all this waiting, everything goes down here. All the combat tricks are traded off. White Flame is close to dying here. The tracker surviving, so a trading of birds. One bird going down, but the other surviving.
And now Gifts from Beyond. Everybody putting all their resources down onto the stack. Now that they've waited and waited to draw the perfect combination of cards, all the mana now being expended all at once. And after this exchange, Panda, who's ahead?
Well, not the Eye of the Dragon, because single combat's going to come in. Oh, never mind. Lee Sin, an opening, a chink in his armor, and the tracker swoops down from above and pecks his, well, not his eyes, because those are gone already, but he pecks something else, and Lee Sin gets taken down with a critical hit.
Grabs him by his nasty braid and yanks him off of a cliff.
I'm down with that. I'll accept your proposal, Scarzig.
His one long-ass nasty dreadlock. But now we've got Sign and Thousand Tailed, you know, the big boy drawing a lot of cards. And now there's Shen, Screeching Dragon, Shen Zed in play. And now we're able to maybe start seeing Ghoster Driver bully down versus this deck. And also there was a network error, but that's okay.
So it's not just my internet. I think something's going on all over Europe today because internet connections are not quite stable, it seems like. But we're back.
Lee Sin is back online. We've got Broken Ball's perspective. He's got the wide board. He's got the defense. But again, Lee Sin being unable to end the game just gives your opponent so much time to draw into these really nutty hands or board states that you just simply can't deal with anymore. There's a deny in hand for Golden Aegis #1, but Ghoster Driver has 3 and is still looking to close out this entire series here in the second game of the bracket reset.
Have some dragon on dragon action with the White Flames and the Screeching Dragon facing off. We have a chance here for Eye of the Dragon to go down with #1. I don't think it's going to be hard for these White Flames to really be able to push through damage at this point. I think with the 4 Demacias especially, you have a deny, sure, but when you're getting to this mana totals, it doesn't really matter the tempo loss of trading in Demacia or for Demacia for deny.
You're so then you're able to into Bandle City, but now we've got classic mid-range fat Ionia Demacia that has the big HP totals to not get bullied by the Overwhelm anymore.
And there's still deny mana up and running. You can't really go under here until, you know, after you attack. At that point, it is fine. Do you take this hit here? You want to go as wide as possible. You have the chance to get a double for Demacia next turn. you can play one.
Could block. I think you could block with the 3/4. Just have it die, and you could play Shen maybe.
Mm-hmm.
And that way you can put the barrier on the Screeching Dragon to offset the healing from Dragonling. Trading the 3/5 to save one more point of HP.
Shen comes down. Full board. Beefy units. And next turn, the double war cry. If one gets silenced, you have the backup plan. That's how you have 2 sergeants. Each one of them casts 1 for Demacia, you know? That's how it works.
Imagine like an entire army screaming for Demacia, and then one person on the other side goes no really loudly, and it's like hella bass boosted, and then they just say, "Oh, never mind then."
If you have 4, don't know this, but that's how the
Shen used to be a 3/6 back in the day, right? Didn't he get nerfed? It's a little bit sus. But here comes for Demacia. There's deny number 1. And now Ghoster Driver has a chance to go for another for Demacia. Broken Ball careful to keep 4 mana open for the second deny. Doesn't go for the deny on the deny though. Ghoster Driver still, despite the greed, keeps the deny open for the Dragon Kick. Oh, my mistake. I thought Broken Ball had a second deny in hand. But that's fine. We have the big swing. Even with the Dragonlings able to offset some of this damage, it's still a lot of beef coming through. And not to mention Ranger's Resolve, which actually mitigates even more of the healing from the Dragonlings. But Shen has a very nice stat line indeed, trying to go toe-to-toe with this White Flame. And this is how the old school Demacia Ionias used to function, right? They weren't just setting up a big swing to kill you. They had to set up a threatening enough swing that would force you to block down, and then your next attack is lethal. Your threat of rallying is lethal. So a very, very classic outcome indeed. And Eye of the Dragon might be unable to hold the fort if Ghoster Driver gets one of their 2 Cythrias here soon. Another massive exchange of resources from both sides. Down to 9 HP. We've got both Wounded White Flame scaling nicely, plus Overwhelm. Lee Sin is in the hand, overwrites a Dragonling to hit the board, and he is leveled up. Both players passed so much throughout the early game, and Lee Sin was at 0 out of 8, but now is rocking and rolling. There's a Zenith Blade on the Lee Sin as well. 3 massive Overwhelm threats. Ghoster Driver has deny for the Dragon's Rage, but is there enough HP in total to stop the White Flames? Let's take a look here. The biggest, tankiest blocker being pulled by Lee Sin. 9 plus 8 is 17 minus 9. Yeah, so it's going to be 8 damage coming through onto Ghoster Driver's Nexus. There's no concussive palm to threaten here. Ghoster Driver thinking of maybe even saving the deny here, going down to 1 HP yet again. If you deny the Dragon's Rage, then the Screeching Dragon still survives the Lee Sin attack, and then you maintain a Challenger unit, which could be important. And there's the Guiding Touch, giving Ghoster Driver one more opportunity to consider the deny. There is a Sharp Sight here available to trade up into the White Flame. There's a Twin Discipline to trade up into the second White Flame. And there's enough mana for the deny. With the double Eye of the Dragon in play, the win con needs to be a rally. Checking the eye. 2 HP now. Twin Discipline lets you kill this White Flame. Broken Ball gets Yuumi back, but he doesn't say it's worth it. Keeps the Twin Discipline to maybe force through a lethal on an unblocked unit. So what's the development here from Ghoster Driver? We've got Zed, Petrosite Broadwing, more challengers. We've got another 4 Demacia ready to go. Broken Ball has Deep Med now. Can draw 2 more spells to get more defensive applications. I think he's walled out, folks. And the deny off the top. Broken Ball is in a position to absolutely take this game too. I don't think there's a way for Ghoster Driver to push through here, at least without the threat of Cythria the Bold. There's nothing strong enough to take down this Lee Sin. Deny number 2 out of Broken Ball's list. Deny for the deny. This is going to connect, he says. Broken Ball has Will of Ionia as well to protect the Lee Sin. This is going to go into the next round for certain. This all goes back. Like, what if that White Flame wasn't there? You're down 1 Twin Disciplines, but what does it matter if you can't punch through anyway? With the deny being denied, that means that only one spell won't have been cast for the Lee Sin to get Quick Attack. Pardon me, Challenger. Needs a second spell to get Barrier. I think you just save the Will, right? The Petrosite Broadwing attacks the Lee Sin. You Will of Ionia the Broadwing to save your Lee Sin. Is there just not, with Twin Disciplines, now there's enough. Ghoster Driver's going to take that risk, right? Saying you don't have a 2-mana spell to give Barrier to the Lee Sin? With the Dragonlings in play, it doesn't force the Lee Sin to have to block and put himself at risk. I thought you I guess with the Broadwing only at 7 HP doesn't kill the Lee Sin regardless. You would need to preemptively commit the Twin Disciplines. So Lee Sin does indeed block. So we have the Twin Disciplines on the Sculptor to kill the Lee. Ghoster Driver pulls the trigger. I was hoping Broken Ball would save the Will of Ionia to make sure Lee Sin wouldn't die in combat here. And now on his next swing, Broken Ball has no more threats. Solari Priestess comes through. Can we get the Warrior? The Golden Sisters. Supernova. Golden Sisters picked up. We have an elusive threat to get the lethal. Ghoster Driver has no sharp sight. Broken Ball manages to make sure that all sins are forgiven when you play Lee Sin. That's game 2 going to Broken Ball, taking it to game 3 in the bracket reset. So we're going to have a third game here. But we do need to figure out where Panda is going to come into the mix here, folks. Let me see. Let me check in with Sparkling Iced Tea. See if we're going to jump into game 3 or we're going to postpone that just a little bit. We can't because of the timer, right? Players are going to jump into game 3. Lee Sin got the win. And that means that Yordles and Arms, Bandle Tree is Broken Ball's final deck. All right, we're going to try to get Blevins back in here. We're going to flash the Blevins signal. Really unfortunate that Panda's internet is not cooperating today, but that's totally fine. You know, I love to talk. I'm a very long-witted caster chat, but we get game 3 now. Shen Zed, Sculptor on turn 2 versus Yordles and Arms. Zed, so important versus these Bandle Tree matchups where he can just swing in, force the chump down. And Broken Ball might run out of resources to keep up. Grumble Slug. 2 mana, 2/3 from Bilgewater attunes a mana. The Sculptor doesn't want to trade in, but now Ghoster Driver attacking on round 3, and it gets boosted by the Sculptor. A 3/3 quick attack that creates another 3/3. That's exactly what you want to see here. Here's the free attack. Will Ghoster Driver let this Zed level up, or will he choose to sacrifice 1 unit? And Broken Ball let Zed level up. Now, the only difference here is Zed gets +1/+1. The Shadow gets his keywords, so the Shadow has quick attack, which doesn't really matter anyway. There is no copies of Ghost in the deck, so it's not totally doomed. But keeping a wide board to set up for Poppy is the line of play that Broken Ball opts into here. There's now a Bright Seal Protector to throw off this swing, completely walling out Broken Ball's idea here in the mid game. There is a chance for Pokey Stick plus Ravenous Flock to maybe answer the Zed at a later time, but Broken Ball is now in a position where the board is going to get feasted upon by this Shadow Assassin. Poppy attacks anyway. She knows she's going to die, but the buff is just so important to maintain a board presence in general. Is there a Pokey Stick to pop the barrier? Group Shot, a one-of spell in Broken Ball's list, manages to put some damage onto the Zed. This is going to set up for Ravenous Flock or Pokey Stick. Ghoster Driver has the mana up for another Zed, however. Yeah, now that the first Zed has leveled up, it doesn't matter if this first one dies. He gets an open attack here. He forces even more pressure onto Broken Ball before he goes down. Twin Disciplines now off the top, along with the Screeching Dragon. This means that you can cover a Buster Shot. Another barrier unit to pressure the Zed. Doesn't pull the barrier with neither of the challenger units. Just going to swing in like this. Not even give them the opportunity for the Zed. Gets the guaranteed value here. Ghoster Driver working on this slow board presence, this board dominance, where eventually Zed plus Golden Aegis is just going to be the coup de grace. Loping Telescope from Broken Ball, hoping for a Crescent Strike perhaps. Such a powerful card we've seen over the course of today's broadcast. Ghoster Driver still waiting for the attack token to come back to him. Will he go for the Golden Aegis now that he has the Twin Disciplines to back him up? Ironically, there's a world where Ghoster Driver might trade away this Zed, the 4/1 into the 3/4, play a fresh Zed in the hand. We have enough mana for Vanguard Sergeant and a Zed development post-combat. Bandle Commando sneaking in under a sharp sight, getting another blocker with the Hungry Owl Cat, so important versus Zed. Looking at the regions for Broken Ball's Bandle City monstrosity, Yordles and Arms Bandle Tree. We've got Bandle City, Bilgewater, Ionia, Targon. And a pretty wide board besides. Can you survive versus this onslaught? The Golden Aegis is so terrifying. In one turn where Broken Ball is forced to trade down his board, the Golden Aegis will spell doom. There's the Crescent Strike. Grabbed off the Loping Telescope, shutting down the Challenger, shutting down the Barrier Grant from the Zed. From the Shen, pardon me. There is, of course, Shen Stand United in the hand. Could have swapped around those targets a little bit if he wanted to. But probably, again, just sticking to his guns, waiting for the trade down into the Golden Aegis. Lets the stick connect. Has the fresh Zed in hand. I really like this line. getting value trades down the board. The Living Shadow's still there. Bomber Twins. Another source of potential stun. Hexplosive Minefield, always a possibility. Ghoster Driver still trying to find a way to beat down the Bandle City Swarm. And Commando getting another body, sneaking in under a sharp sight. The count on Tree, by my count, it's actually only 5 out of 10. We haven't seen, no, pardon me, 6 with Demacia. 6 out of 10. I don't believe we've seen House Spider yet. And while Broken Ball is under so much pressure on board, can't develop Bandle Tree regardless, even if it is in the hand. Is trying to keep a board that's wide and go for Yordles and Arms to flip the script on Ghoster Driver. So we've got a few challengers here. Barrier going on to the 6-5. Zed creating another massive 7-7 quick attacker that needs to be responded to. This is the sequence that Ghoster Driver wanted, forcing the block down into the Golden Aegis. And you've got to block. You've got to block. 14 damage from the Zeds. This is going to be Ghoster Driver closing it out after this chump down into the rally. And there it is. The Golden Aegis hits. And the Shen emote from Broken Ball. He knows what it is. Only has the Blast Cone Seedling to block. Even if there's a mini morph or something, it is not enough. Because the Zed threatens lethal on his own. So Ghoster Driver is able to close it out. Broken Ball was able to get the bracket reset, however, and then take it all the way to Game 3 in the final set. A much stronger showing than their first meetup earlier on in the bracket. So big shout out to Ghoster Driver for taking down powerful opponents in Badge Attack and Broken Ball in the grand finals and managing to close this one out with that Demacian lineup. I think that the Shen Zed was a deck that really wasn't able to show off its power until this final set. Shen has been missing from the metagame, but when you're going for a board trade sort of aspect in the metagame, the barrier is just that much more valuable. Having that big HP means that you are able to survive against overwhelm and those wounded white flame ideas. So we are going to go to a quick break. But stay tuned. We're going to do a quick interview as well with Ghoster Driver. It would be a shame to deny them the winner's interview. So stay tuned, everybody. We'll be right back. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Fight Night Legends EU. My name is Scarzig, and I'm joined by the disembodied voice of our winner, Ghoster Driver. How are you doing, my friend?
Hey, yeah, I'm doing fine. Yeah, a win in a tournament, a big tournament like Fight Night, feels very good. And yeah, it's awesome.
I'm really happy to see you perform, especially with the Demacian lineup. How are you liking the current mid-range meta? Do you think that this is something that's going to continue, or is this just this week's just meta shift?
Yeah, I was surprised to see 5 full Demacia lineups, sometimes with a splash of Gnar timelines, but at least 2 Demacia decks. It's incredible how much Demacia is seen here, and I decided to go for it as well.
So
I thought...
Oh, sorry, continue.
Yeah, I thought there would be something else like control decks like Darkness in here and things like Fizz Riven, such combo decks, things I tried out as well. But in the end, with those decks, I was feared that others bring Demacia. And yeah, that's why I brought Demacia myself.
And it definitely paid off for you. I wanted to ask as well about the Shen Zed. Was this a kind of recent idea that you had as a way to punish the meta? Did you pick this up from somewhere? It ended up really popping off there in the final set.
Yeah, it did really good for me. It was like I had the thought about bringing 3 Demacia decks. Scouts is an obvious pick. Then I found this Tristana deck, which beat me a few times on ladder. And when I just needed the third one, I know Akshan Zivir and Pantheon Tarek are obvious picks, but I don't like these 2 decks, so I decided to create something myself. And yeah, this deck is kind of going to Sparkling Iced Tea. I've seen him streaming Shen Galio, and yeah, started from there. I mean, I started with these 2 champs, put in all the cards I wanted. Yeah, swapped out 1 Galio for Jarvan, and yeah, with the time I felt like, yeah, 35% win rate is not good enough, and I need more aggression, and that is an awesome champ, and swapped a little bit around. And in the end, I ended up with this deck. It's tested for like 10 games, and yeah, I mean, felt like I have to bring something special at least.
Yeah, I think that you're definitely onto something here. Having the Zed to have that very strong pressure versus those sort of backline decks like the Tristana that want to develop those engines and then go for bigger swings. Zed immediately puts that pressure on, having the HP buff from the Sculptor. And then you've got Sign In at the top, that slot normally reserved for Scattered Pod. Just having the raw card draw seems to be exactly what the deck wants. So overall, I'm very impressed by you just innovating on a pretty classic archetype of the Demacia Ionia mid-range. And I wanted to ask as well, one consistent theme that ImpetuousPanda and I noted over today's broadcast is that you were playing a bit greedy from time to time. Is that something you normally do, or were you just trying to push the envelope versus some strong opponents?
Yeah, sometimes I'm playing a bit greedy. It's a mix, so I try different plays.
You're just feeling it today?
Yeah, I felt like playing greedy. Sometimes there are so much hard decisions. I felt like I threw the 1 game against Broken Ball on his Zoe Sin in the final, where it was not in the last set, it was in the first set, and this was turn 4.
Yeah.
I played my 2-drop and then attacked, and he had 7 mana open, and I thought I should just pass back. But I didn't. And
that was a very wild set to see that much passing, to see that much cat and mouse between both sides. That was a very new take on the Lee Sin matchup. And even though it ended up not working out, I think that the willingness to explore those sorts of lines results in tournaments and deck innovations like this. So definitely big congratulations to you. And I suppose one final question I would like to ask you, Ghoster Driver, is there any other players that you would like to shout out that maybe helped inspire your lineup besides just Sparkling Iced Tea? Or maybe some players you'd like to see maybe invited to Fight Night to take you on for the next challenge?
Yeah, from the inspiration point, it would be Sparkling Iced Tea, but someone I want to see is Mick Jack. He has beaten me in the top cut of the seasonal last time in the first round. This felt very bad.
Okay.
Yeah, it feels a little bit wrong to just invite him here to just beat me out here again, but it's triple SI and Soul Control, and I want to see different playstyles, and I think he would be awesome to have here.
All right, awesome. We'll make sure to perhaps have Croc or some such reach out to them. But I do want to congratulate you one final time, Ghoster Driver, for your big win today. You and Broken Ball will both be invited back to the next Fight Night Legends EU, but that will be all for us today. I want to thank you again for the extra time as well to give your thoughts and that interview, and for the viewers as well for putting up with some technical difficulties today. But we will send it off. Don't forget to follow this channel if you haven't already, so you can watch Fight Night NA that's going to be happening on Monday. So you have a good one, everyone, and we'll see you next time. Peace out.